City Clerk, it's 7 o'clock. Do we have everybody ready?
Can we get recording, please?
You're cutting in a little bit.
Recording in progress.
We are ready, Mayor.
Thank you. And is MCTV ready?
Yes.
Okay. Council, can you all give me a thumbs up that you're ready?
There's thumbs up, Mayor.
Thumbs up. Very good. All right, let's get going. Welcome to the MILLBRAE City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. And hello from the National League of Cities, Congressional Cities Conference. And for the public and for the record, I am attending remotely from the Morrison Clark Historic Inn, and I'm in the library on the floor. You may hear some lobby noises in the background, but we have been posting and are here. And we actually have the mayor from Morgantown, West Virginia, and her husband or partner joining us tonight. So we have an audience tonight. With that, City Clerk, could you please call, oh, and then the other thing, if we have a bad connection, then the Vice Mayor will step up and run the meeting if I keep cutting in and out, and the City Clerk, the City Manager, or the Vice Mayor will give me a heads up if we're having problems. I may not hear them on my end. With that, City Clerk, could you please do roll call?
Councilmember Pappen?
Here.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Here.
Councilmember Fung?
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Here.
Mayor Snyder?
Present.
All members of the City Council are present.
Very good. And if the Vice Mayor could please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes. We all stand, please. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First up on the agenda is our proclamations. And first up is Cesar Chavez Day. Vice Mayor, did you get my request or would you like me to read it? I know our presenter isn't here today. I'm not hearing anything, so I will go ahead. Whereas Cesar Chavez was born on March 31st, 1927 in Yuma, Arizona, on a small farm that his grandfather homesteaded in the 1880s, and whereas during the Great Depression, his family lost their home and livelihood, the Chavez family left school to work alongside his family in the fields of California, where he experienced deplorable working conditions, abuse, racism, and exploitation. And whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez founded the National Farm Workers Association, the NFWA, which later became the United Farm Workers, to fight for the protection and rights of underrepresented farm workers, and the union sought recognition of the importance and dignity of all forms of workers. And whereas Chavez led a historic march of farm workers from Delano to Sacramento in 1965 and conducted hunger strikes to reaffirm his lifelong commitment to nonviolent resistance, Cesar Chavez's leadership also protected farm workers and their children from high exposure to harmful pesticides. And whereas Chavez was a trailblazer and a visionary leader who inspired a generation of activists and community organizers whose legacies continue to inspire and empower marginalized communities alike. And whereas on August 8, 1994, Cesar Chavez received a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States, becoming the second Mexican-American to receive the honor. And whereas each year on March 31st, we celebrate the birth and legacy of one of America's greatest social justice and equality champions, on March 28, 2014, President Barack Obama declared Cesar Chavez Day a national holiday to be celebrated every March 31st. Now, therefore, we, the members of the MILLBRAE City Council, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2023 as Cesar Chavez Day. And our recipient was not able to come tonight, so the city will be accepting this. I think this is also a time that we will recognize the farm workers who lost their lives last month in the shooting in Half Moon Bay. So the fight that Mr. Chavez led way back then is still a fight today for safe living conditions and working conditions with that. On the good side, later on in tonight's agenda, we're going to be celebrating and hopefully approving a mural by a Mexican-American artist from San Jose to add to our public art display. With that, I'm going to move this on to the next agenda item. Next up is proclamation proclaiming April 2023 as Celebrate Diversity Month. And Councilwoman Cahalan, I don't know if Joy Pasamonte Henry and the kids can read it, so you were going to be our backup reader.
The readers are here online.
Oh, the readers are here. Excellent. Is that under Karen Batuki?
I can actually read it, Mayor Schneider,
Okay, go ahead,
and then the kids will be on there.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Whereas Celebrate Diversity Month was founded in 2004 to call on people to recognize and celebrate embracing diversity in hopes of promoting respect, understanding, and inclusion for all, and whereas the United States of America is a nation founded on the ideas of freedom, justice, and equality for all, we are a country built by immigrants where all are welcome, and whereas America's history has taught us that diversity is the strength of our nation, recognizing and celebrating these differences is essential to fostering a more inclusive and a harmonious society. And whereas this is a time to honor and respect the various races, cultures, genders, religions, sexual orientations, and abilities that make up the tapestry of our community. And whereas we must never forget who we are and where we come from, this is a time to recognize and reflect upon our unique cultures, backgrounds, and traditions. And whereas celebrating differences and similarities during this month is important as it allows people to gain a rich understanding of one another and appreciate both our differences and similarities. And whereas the City of MILLBRAE recognizes, appreciates, and calls upon all of the members of our community to engage in meaningful dialogue and action toward creating a more accepting community. Now, therefore, I think that's for you guys, proclaim the city, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Celebrate Diversity Month and encourage our community and businesses to use this month to welcome, learn, and understand people from all over the world to celebrate Diversity Month. And I think we have some of our students from Mills High School on the line, and Matthew and Ryan Situ, and Julia and John Luca as well are on the line. So Matthew and Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and council members. My name is Ryan Situ. I'm here with my brother, Matthew, and we are both students at Mills High School, and we are both American-born Chinese.
I'm Matthew. We are extremely fortunate to be surrounded by cultural diversity in the city of MILLBRAE. At school, I am lucky to have the opportunity of having friends of different cultural backgrounds, as it allows me to be more open-minded towards different cultures. Cultural diversity in MILLBRAE also creates an environment that encourages all of us to be more accepting of different cultures. Overall, I hope everyone in MILLBRAE will celebrate each other's cultures with open minds, not only this month, but moving forward every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy, did you have students doing anything else?
Yeah, there's John Luca and Julia are on the line as well, Mayor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and council members. My name is Gianluca Batuki. I am a junior at Mills, and I am half Italian and half Maltese. I am proud that MILLBRAE is making April Celebrate Diversity Month.
And I'm Julia Haran. I'm also a junior at Mills, and I'm attending middle college at College of San Mateo. I am half Nicaraguan and half Filipino.
Hua importanti l'Netalmu una celebrau I diversità tal hibieb u il yeren talna.
It's important to learn and celebrate the diversity of our friends and neighbors.
Grazie mille.
Muchas gracias y maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider. That was it.
That was lovely. I look forward to seeing you all in person. And I'm sure sometime during the next month, we'll get together for that photo that we can get with the proclamation. But thank you for being here tonight. And thank you for making MILLBRAE such a special place. Okay, next up is agenda overview and staff briefing. City Manager, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tom Williams, City Manager. So starting with the agenda, item number 2, we have our calendar of events, our reports and bills and claims, and a report out from the February 28th and March 14th closed sessions. Then we have approval of meeting minutes for the special meeting of January 24th, 2023. We have no oral reports from any city committee or commissions this evening. Then we move to public communication. This is the item on the agenda that any member of the public can address the City Council on any item not on the agenda, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Then we move to the consent calendar. We have quite a long consent calendar, starting with item number 5, which is to receive our monthly general fund and financial report for the period ending February 28th, 2023. Item number 6 is to consider a resolution for submittal to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. This is Form 130, and this is in response to the emergency and the storms in the latter part of 2022 and the first part of 2023. Item number 7 is to consider adoption for the purchase of 3 vehicles. They're Ford F-250s for our vehicle replacement program in our Public Works Department. This is a budgeted item. Item number 8 is consider adoption of a resolution approving the salary and benefit modifications and schedule for unrepresentative management employees. Item number 9, item number 9 starts with 8 requests from various nonprofit groups and different events upcoming in the calendar year. So starting with item number 9 is a request from the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee for the use of the Recreation Center and Great Hall and Fitness Center and lobby and hallway area and a waiver of fees for a civic forum scheduled for August 4th, 2023. Item number 10 is to consider approval by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Lions Club for a parking lot closure and street closure on Broadway and fee waivers for the MILLBRAE Machines Car Show. That's scheduled for August 4th, 2023. Item number 10 is to consider approval by motion. I said that already, didn't I? Item number 11, approved by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Chamber of Commerce for a parking lot street closure and fee waivers for the Art and Wine Festival scheduled for September 2nd and 3rd. Item number 12 is approved by motion a request from the American Cancer Society for the use of the MILLBRAE Central Park and Fitness Center at the Recreation Center for the Relay for Life event scheduled for September 16th, 2023. Item number 13 is to consider approval by motion a fee waiver request for the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee for parking lot and street closure and fee waiver for the Mid-Autumn Festival scheduled for September 23rd and 24th. Item number 14 is to consider a request from the Japanese Cultural Festival Committee for a parking lot and fee waiver closure and use of the David J. Chikuti Community Room and Library Room and those fee waivers for the Japanese Cultural Festival, October 1st, 2023. Item number 15 is to approve by motion a request from the Rotary Club of MILLBRAE for the use of Rotary Park and fee waivers for the Kids Carnival on October 29th, 2023. Item number 16 is to consider approval by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Chamber of Commerce for a street closure and fee waiver for the holiday tree lighting scheduled for December 2nd, 2023. I did skip one on the agenda, and that is another request by the MILLBRAE Rotary Club.
I don't think so, City Manager.
Did I catch them all? There was another Rotary Club for event at Central
For
Park.
the festival on October 29th. I thought you said that. Oh, well.
Maybe I did.
Agenda
Sorry,
item
there's so many
15.
here that I listed, but I think I have them all. So that's all the fee waivers for item number 8 through 16 on the consent calendar. Then moving on to public hearings, there are no public hearings this evening. We move to new business. 2 items, starting with item number 17, is to receive a presentation on the proposed mural art and dog walk wall adjacent to the MILLBRAE Avenue overcrossing. This is part of the Gateway at MILLBRAE Station's final art project. Item number 18 is a recommendation on the formation and implementation of a citizens committee on social equity and cultural inclusion. Then we move to new business, starting with item number 19. That's to consider adoption of a resolution approving agreement for professional services with NCE, that's a landscape architectural firm, for the El Camino Real and MILLBRAE Avenue landscape median improvement and design project. Item number 20 is consider adoption of a resolution approving an agreement for professional services with the firm Kimley Horn for the preparation of a downtown and environs parking management plan. Item number 21 is to consider adoption of a resolution authorizing the city's state legislative advocate to lobby in support of Assembly Bill 1423 and Senate Bill 414. This is related to legislation that would support the city's position to regulate synthetic turf installations. Item number 22 is to consider adoption by resolution in support of Measure A. This is the MILLBRAE Elementary School District's proposal or measure on the May 2nd, 2023 special ballot and election that is coming up in April and May. So that concludes the agenda. Mayor, overview. Real quick, couple of quick reports.
City Manager, one tiny correction. We're actually going to go over two special council closed door meetings. You missed the second one, March 14th, 2023. But we'll get to them. You had February 28th, but it's also February 28th and March 14th.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Closed session.
Okay, so since I bungled the agenda, maybe I can bungle my staff presentation here. So a lot of events coming up. So we had the Bayside Manor Marina Vista pop-up or neighborhood meetings. We had the Marina Vista neighborhood meeting last Saturday, March 25th. We had about 17, 20 neighbors attend in person to share and vote on kind of what they would like to see improvements at the park. So where it stands right now in our outreach, we have a total for the Bayside Manor neighborhood, 129 total people have taken the survey. That's 60. There's 200 households in that neighborhood, so that's 65%, which is a fantastic response. In the Marina District neighborhood, so far 92 people have responded to our survey. There's 499 households in that neighborhood, so that's an 18% response rate. So in total, 221 responses of the total households. That's a 32% response rate. The survey is scheduled to close this Friday, March 31st. So anybody listening out there, please log on to our website. And if you have not responded to the survey for the park improvements at Marina Vista and Bayside Manor Parks, please do so. In terms of the storm update, our Public Works Department still continues to work hard throughout the last few weeks. And we haven't had any real major issues. We've had about 9 trees that have come down. Luckily, the only property damage was somebody's fence, especially in Central Park. We had 2 very large trees come down, one in the park itself and one in the street on Palm Avenue. But luckily, it was in a red zone and nobody was parked there. So we got pretty lucky. Other than that, we've weathered the storm quite well. And, again, our hats off to not only Public Works, but the neighborhood. The neighbors and the people in the neighborhood have been our eyes and ears, and the communication's been fantastic. So we all also, as the council knows, and the community launched the project with Spin. That's our e-bike program. So we're planning to actually launch that program here in mid to late April. There'll be a soft launch, and we will provide more information. The Spin company is actually scheduled to be at the farmers market either April 15th or the following Saturdays in late April and early May for demonstrations for the community. And so we will be launching that program here later in the month of April. And then, as I mentioned at the last meeting, in several meetings, the phone apps for MILLBRAE Works, which is our C-Click Fix, is now up and running. So iPhone users and Android devices now can download the app for their phones for a C-Click Fix, which is known as MILLBRAE Works. And so this is any neighbor or anybody can we have a series of things from potholes to graffiti to the unhoused, many things that people can report to the city. So please kind of take a look at our webpage and download the C-Click fix known as MILLBRAE Works. And then events, so this Thursday, March 30th at 3:30 p.m., the Residence Inn is holding their grand opening over at the MILLBRAE Station project. There's a little bit of confusion from some of the council members because some of it starts at 4 or 4:30. But in communicating with the Residence Inn folks, they would like the city council there at 3:30 or as you're available this Thursday, March 30th. Saturday, April 8th at 11 a.m. is the Rotary Club MILLBRAE Spring Festival at Central Park. Friday, April 14th at 6:30 p.m. is MILLBRAE Goes to the Movies. Space Jam, the original one, the good one, 1996 version will be shown. So get ready for that one. April 15th, as I mentioned, Spin, there'll be the Spin organization will have a demonstration at the farmer's market on the e-bike program. And Saturday, April 29th, will be the City of MILLBRAE's Arbor Day celebration. This will be on the Spur Trail, just north of Taylor Boulevard. Probably start that between 10 and 11, but an exact date is dependent on our volunteer groups, so more to come on that. But please hold the date for April 29th for our Arbor Day celebration and tree planting. So Mayor, that concludes the update, and I would be remiss as a graduate from San Diego State University undergrad and graduate school to actually take this opportunity to congratulate the San Diego State University basketball team for making the Final Four. So I have to throw that in there.
We knew you do. And
I did have him in my poll. I was one of the less than 1% that had them winning the championship, by the way. So I don't have any money because I didn't actually get who was actually going to compete against, but I did pick them. All right, anyway, thanks for hearing me, Mayor.
Go California. I think there are 2 teams from Florida in it. So at least we're bi-coastal on that. City Manager, I think you left out one event if it's still happening, and it is the presentation and commendation of Pan Am Flight 7 at the MILLBRAE Historical Society Museum on, is it Tuesday, April 4th at 11 a.m. And we should get some information out for that. City Clerk, when I get back, I'm sure I've got emails from them. For the public, Pan Am Flight 7 left San Francisco Airport on its way to Hawaii, crashed in the ocean, everyone lost, and it led to the creation of the Federal Aviation Administration. So we're in the historic register as it was a flight that came from SFO, which is actually located in what was MILLBRAE at the time. So with that, thank you, City Manager. City Manager, I had thought we were pulling agenda item 11. Are we no longer pulling that from consent?
No, Mayor, we did have a request as we moved to the consent calendar to remove item number 11. And I believe
13.
Item 13.
And I have a question about 7, please.
So,
we're
and
pulling
7.
11,
So item 7,
13 and 7.
item 7, item 11, and item 13.
Okay. With that, if I could have a motion to approve agenda item 5, 7, 11, 13. Agenda item 5.
We didn't do the.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry, we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we need to go back to item number 2.
I'm sorry, I was already on a different page. Yes, approval of minutes.
No, actually.
Item number
Mayor,
2.
Item number 2, report out of closed session. I believe the result of the February 28th closed session was reported at the end of that meeting, but in case you missed it, there was a settlement in the litigation DeLima versus City of MILLBRAE. On March 14th, there were 2 closed sessions. One was for labor negotiations with unrepresented employees. The results of that negotiation are on today's agenda for approval. And then finally, there was real estate negotiations with the MILLBRAE School District, and in those, there's no reportable action. Instructions were given to negotiate.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, ending agenda item number 2, moving to agenda item number 3, approval of minutes. This is approval of the special meeting minutes of January 24th. If there's any discussion, I can tell you cancel. I cannot see hands raised from where I am. City Clerk, anybody with a question or comment? Seeing none, if I could have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, could you tell me who they were?
I'm so sorry, I got distracted here. Who motioned again? I'm so
I
sorry.
made a motion to approve special meeting minute, January 24th, 2020.
Happens second.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember
No
Pat-
further
Mayor,
discussion.
Mayor, if I may, real quick, so point of order here. Because you're remote, every vote will have to be recorded and called by the city clerk. So roll call vote, so.
Thank you for that. And I was going to do that, just be force of habit of being back in Zoom land. City Clerk, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Yes.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
All right. The special meeting minutes of January 24th, 2023 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, City Clerk. Moving to agenda item number 4, oral report from city committee and commission chairs. There are none scheduled tonight. Closing agenda item 4, public communication. These are for the members of the public. We take people in person first and then people on Zoom or by phone after that. These are for items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you do speak on tonight's agenda, most likely myself or staff will say, please hang on to that and we'll come back to that item when it comes up on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes and please state your name and at least the street you're on. It helps us know what you're talking about when you tell us where you are. Any members of the public in person?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one speaker card, Michael Kelly.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Kelly. I live on Kelly Lane. I'm one of the co-founders and leaders of the MILLBRAE Anti-Racist Coalition. I'm here tonight to talk to you about what MILLBRAE ARC is and what it isn't. And of note, we were formed after the murder of George Floyd. ARC is a grassroots human rights advocacy group, and we are focused on racial justice and social equity. And ARC and our members and our leaders have put together dozens of events and activities across MILLBRAE and the whole community that have positively affected thousands of people. I made a brief list. I'll go quickly. We've handled protest marches and vigils. We've arranged for dozens of art in action, chalk out racism events where families would come and express their feelings about why racism is something to eradicate. Our leaders have arranged celebrations over the last 2 years for Dia de los Muertos, for in the Latino culture, for Eid Mubarak and Eid al-Fitr in our Middle Eastern and Arab communities. We've generated over $8,000 that we used for fundraising that went to the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. We've organized and worked with the Stand With Asians rally, battling anti-Asian hate in San Mateo. We worked with youth activist Ashlyn So there. We collaborated with MILLBRAE City Television to produce the My Black American Hero short film series. We partnered with the MILLBRAE Library and the Tanforan Assembly Center Memorial Committee to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Japanese incarceration and internment event, and so much more. Because, as was mentioned with Cesar Chavez, we designed the banners that are up at City Hall celebrating AAPI Heritage Month, Cesar Chavez, and don't forget Rosa Huerta, her day is coming up. I didn't hear it mentioned tonight, but those banners are up. Black History Month, Women's History Month, Native American Heritage Month. Those all came from ARC. We've proudly partnered with Asian Uplift, it's a local youth student group, and MCTV again to help produce and celebrate the AAPI Heritage short film series, Inspirations. So all of that has led to MILLBRAE ARC and the city of MILLBRAE being recognized where Mayor Ann Schneider is right now at the National League of Cities. We came in with our partnership with the group in the city as the second most effective city in the entire United States for populations up to 50,000 people in promoting social outreach, racial justice, and equity. We've been nationally recognized for the work we do. And that's really important. That's who we are. Who we're not is a political organization. When council members speak about us dismissively as being a political organization, a few others that maybe feel threatened. Their power base is
Thank you,
threatened.
Mr. Kelly.
It seems to be disingenuous. Hello?
Mr. Kelly, I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor, do we have anyone else with a hand slip?
Not at this time. Do we have any?
Thank you. City
online?
Clerk, do we have anybody? I don't see any hands raised.
That's
Do you
correct. There's
have
no
anyone?
virtual speakers.
Very good. And no one on the phone?
No.
Giving a couple more seconds. Seeing no hands raised and no one on the phone, closing public communication for items not on the agenda and moving to consent calendar. And City Manager, before I call the long titles out again, to the public, we are trying something new in MILLBRAE by looking at most of the annual calendar and the public events where they ask the city for either a field or a street closure. And we're trying to do them well in advance so every community can plan them and then get into all of the regional advertising so that we can have successful events here in MILLBRAE. With that, it's my understanding that we are pulling agenda item number 7, which is about the purchase of the 3 Ford trucks.
Madam Mayor, I only had a quick question on that one.
Do you want to
quick
keep it on the consent calendar?
Yeah, on item 7.
Okay, let me bring it back after we get a motion in a second. 11, just a question, or do you want it pulled off the agenda, off consent?
I just had a question on item 7.
Okay, so number 11 is staying on consent calendar.
No,
and
I'm
then-
sorry, Madam Mayor. Item 11 and 13 are being pulled.
Okay, 11 and 13 are pulled, 7 is staying. With that, if I could have a motion to receive and file, agenda item number 5, receive and file monthly general fund financial report for the period ending February 28th, 2023. This is an informational item. Number 6, resolution approving the submittal of California Governor's Office of Emergency Services Form 130 in order to pursue state financial assistance under the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act of 1988 and the California Disaster Assistance Act. This is an action item. Agenda item number 7, adoption of a resolution approving the purchase of 3 Ford F-250 service body trucks to replace 3 existing trucks for Public Works Department, an action item. Agenda item number 8, adoption of a resolution approving salary and benefit modifications for unrepresented management employees, an action item. Agenda item number 9, approved by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee for the use of the Recreation Center Great Hall, Fitness Center, first floor hallway and lobby, and a fee adjustment and waivers for the community gathering and civic forum on August 4th, 2023, action item. Agenda item 10, approved by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Lions Club for a parking lot and street closure and fee waiver for the MILLBRAE Machines Car Show on August 19th, 2023. Pulling agenda item 11, agenda item 12, approved by motion a request from the American Cancer Society for the use of MILLBRAE Central Park and Fitness Center and fee waivers for the Relay for Life North Peninsula event on September 16th, 2023. And that is an action item. Agenda item 13, approved by motion a request.
Pulled.
What?
We pulled 13, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilwoman. Agenda item 14, approved by motion a request from the Japanese Cultural Festival Committee for parking lot closures, use of the David J. Chetcuti Community Room, Library Meeting Room A and B, and fee waivers for the Japanese Cultural Festival on October 1st, 2023, action item. And agenda item 15, approved by motion a request from the Rotary Club of MILLBRAE for the use of Rotary Park and fee waivers for the Kids Carnival on October 29th, 2023, action item. And agenda item 16, approved by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Chamber of Commerce for street closure and fee waivers for the holiday tree lighting on December 2nd, 2023. If I could have a motion in a second.
So moved. Pappen.
Second.
Second by Pappen, or first by Pappen, who by?
Second by Goodman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Any discussion?
Yes, please.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Pappen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item 7, given current state law, are getting 3 vehicles. Are they hybrids or electric? And if not, why not?
We'll bring up and introduce our Director of Engineering and Public Works, Mr. Sam Batista.
Good evening, Councilmember Pappen. I'll answer that question for you. It's Sam Bautista, Director of Public Works. The types of vehicles that we are getting are these very heavy-duty trucks, and these are actually service body. So at this point in time, they don't have service body trucks in electric vehicles, but in the future, when we do our vehicle replacements, we're looking at replacing some of our vehicles with hybrids or electric vehicles.
Thank you, Sam. I have no idea what a service body truck is, but okay, I'll take your word for it. Thank you very much. For the vote?
Any other questions by council then on the stated consent calendar items? I'm not hearing anybody, so I'm going to close this and call the question. City Clerk, could you please do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Yes.
The consent calendar, except for items 7, 11, and 13, passed. 7's passed? Okay. So, except for items 11 and 13, passed by a vote of 5-0.
Can we, I'm sorry, I've got, this is the last night of the event here, so it's a little louder than it's been all week. We're bringing back agenda item 11 and 13, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, City Clerk. Pulling item number 11 from consent calendar. This is now up for discussion. Agenda item 11, approved by motion or request by the Chamber of Commerce for parking lot and street closure fee waivers for the Art and Wine Festival. Staff, do you have a presentation or a report?
We do not, Mayor. We can just answer any questions that the council may have.
Very good. Councilwoman Pappen, you requested this to be pulled.
Yes.
Can you let us know what you're thinking?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Last year, we were very specific in, of course, approving the Art and Wine Festival, but the chamber was required to pay the fees related to this, the waiver of fees in this case. This is the chamber event, actually does raise a significant amount of money involving a significant amount of city resources. And so this is a different submission than last time. I would move that, again, we approve the event, but the chamber should be paying the fees related to this request and not waiving.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pappen. Other comments by council before making a motion? All right, I'll bring it back to me then. I think what we did last year was the first time in 52 or 3 years to hold one of our community groups to a different standard than everything else. But Councilwoman, so I am supporting the current staff recommendation. But Councilwoman Pappen, if you want to make a motion,
Yes,
you can take it on. But
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And specifically contrasting the other events that have been presented here. The chamber has not provided the services to our local businesses in the past, or promoted businesses, or made donations to various programs like many of the other groups have done. And as I previously stated, the Art and Wine Festival does involve a great deal of extra law enforcement, city services regarding the distribution or the cleanup and all of that. So I would move that we do approve the event, but not waiving the fees to the chamber at this point in time. So I would ask for a second on that.
I'll second that.
was that Councilman Fung? Okay, bringing it back to comment from council.
I have a question. Would this be the first time we didn't waive the fees, the second time?
This would be the second time.
And again, this is an event where a lot of money is made and goes directly to the chamber. So that was the reasoning last year and my reasoning again.
If there's no other comment from staff,
I have a
as a
comment.
MILLBRAE Lion, I can tell you that this is one of the main fundraisers for the MILLBRAE Leos Club. It is the main fundraiser for the Boy Scouts. It is the main fundraiser for the Mills Music Program. It is the main fundraiser for 4 or 5 other community groups on that. And I absolutely disagree with how we treated them last year and how we treated them the year before. This is their one way of making money. I disagree with Councilwoman Patman's statement that they have not been providing services. And I just strongly disagree with our continual holding out of the chamber and treating them differently than we do any other group in the city of MILLBRAE. So with that, if there's no further questions, we can call the vote.
Mayor,
Yeah, how much were the fees we received last year? Does anyone?
Fees received or
Yeah.
fees we waived?
Did we waive them last year?
No.
We didn't.
That's what I'm saying. So how much?
How much is the fee for
How
that?
much is a fee?
No, for last year, and then how much will it be the same this year? And then what did we recoup, I guess, the last time we had the Art and Wine Festival?
yeah, so I don't have Vice Mayor and Council, the actual amount of fees they paid. I think Hannah Moran, our Recreation Director, not to put her on the spot, we may have to get back to you on that.
And
It can be an
just-
estimate also.
Just one more clarification. I remember when we discussed in the last meeting with regard to public safety spending, there's a certain amount of overages in terms of overtime payment contributed to these events. Is it not correct?
Well, it is, and last year was a little bit different due to events and the need to work with the sheriff's office for extra enforcement. So that was a request of the council in terms of what would that additional fee be. As you know, those fees are not calculated in the special event permit for any of the organizations this year.
I just wanted to
believe-
clarify for the
I'm going
Vice
to
Mayor.
ask that
City doesn't get
the
any
Vice
money.
Mayor handle
I-
questions from council. Vice Mayor, if you could keep us in order.
I think the fee waiver was right around $9,000, if I remember
thought it
correctly,
was
not
6.
including the public safety cost.
Are you speaking about last year's Art and Wine?
Correct. The fees paid by the Chamber of Commerce last
Oh,
year.
the fees paid. Yeah, I would, that is a number I can come back and give you all.
You have an
But
estimate?
it would be similar, I believe, to what we have waived this year,
Okay.
which is close to the $5,000 mark.
I think they were asking us for some additional services last year, like the stage and some other things they're not asking for this year, and so that's.
So it's less.
It's less this
Okay.
year, correct, yeah. And last year it was, but we didn't, the council chose not to write it off, but I think the total cost, and then they decided not to use the state. I think it's between $6,000 and $9,000.
Then the next question is, looking at 5,000, and what are some potential benefits that we would be able to use that $5,000 for?
Yeah, so when we receive money for these events, it just goes into a GL account that goes actually toward Public Works, most of it. So it's the same account where, like, if somebody rents a room and then we have to hold some of their deposit back, it all goes into that same account. And so basically toward Public Works.
And I would add to that, so this is the reason why we charge fees for permits, it's for cost recovery. And so it recovers the cost of staff time, as Hannah said, mostly Public Works for street closures, barricades, preparing the streets and things like that for vehicle safety and circulation.
Yeah, so just cost recovery, not, we're not
Correct.
putting it towards something else.
Do we have an idea of what cost recovery would be? I mean, we would be budgeting for something like this?
In total, with these fee waivers, it's approximately $33,000. And so I think in the recreation budget, Public Works budget, I think we budget about $40,000 for fee waivers. Because we know traditionally the last 30 years, and then we have some new organizations that have come in and have successful festivals. And so we do, budget a little bit of revenue, for that, but we also budget that we know the city council has traditionally waived those fees and those costs. So we build that in.
And then the return on that investment is what what would you suggest that is to our local businesses that remain open? Do you have an idea? Just an estimate. Again, I know we don't have these numbers, but do you have an idea of that return on that initial investment of waiving these fees and having the event versus not having it? I know when you're at the event, there's a boom to our downtown. You see all the businesses open, full. There's a lot of foot traffic. So is there an idea of what that brings to our city?
You know, that's a great question. We've never studied the economic impact, of festivals. Most of it is just, word of mouth by our businesses. I'd say the intangible, both tangible and intangible benefit are community promotion, more than anything, and recognition, bringing people into MILLBRAE that may not have been here before. They see what restaurants and other services that the city provides. So I think that there's benefit in just that type of civic promotion and business promotion.
And then, in your opinion, do you see that being worth more than the $5,000 that we might?
If I might,
In
real
my
quick.
opinion,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, and we've had responses from
Councilwoman
some.
Pappen, can you please let the vice mayor finish?
All right, I'm done.
In that case, then I take the floor back. City manager, I can tell you, I'm out here with people from all over California, and they know MILLBRAE because of the Art and Wine Festival. It's kind of amazing. They know it more for the Art and Wine Festival than the airport, which is a nice thing to hear. Go ahead, Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you. Again, we are having the event, and as the mayor pointed out, a lot of nonprofits do it as a fundraiser as well. And to the mayor's or the vice mayor's question here, we've had feedback from some businesses who like it, some businesses who don't like it. It affects them because everything's going on in the middle of the street. So they really, we've tried to encourage businesses to participate more. So it's kind of down the middle at this point in time because some businesses actually closed down during the Art and Wine Festival. So we try to look at that every year, but so I'm trying to answer your question here. Some businesses benefit, some don't. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to correct
Can I ask
the
a question?
councilwoman. In my now 8 years on city council, the only time we have ever done this to the Chamber of Commerce was in 2021, when we did not approve their permit until the end of July for an event that's the first weekend in September. And then again last year, we approved the fees waiver in 2021. We did not last year. That was the first time. And it was an embarrassment to be out amongst other electeds who allow their chambers to have events, and we charged ours when we know, just like our small businesses, were having a hard time, and this is their one way of raising fees. I'm going to call the question.
I'd like to make a comment, Madam Mayor.
I couldn't hear that.
I would like to make a comment, Madam Mayor.
Who is that?
This is Anders Fong.
Okay, one more call, and then we call the question.
Absolutely, thank you. I think what we're here talking about is where this council is approving this event. Nobody is saying that we're not going to have an Art and Wine Festival event. The only question that is being contemplated here is the fee waiver. Now, and I will say that fee waiver is reserved for those nonprofit organizations who day in and day out, continuously, year over year, contributed to many civic services, volunteer services, and supporting our communities in ways that helps everyone in our city. And so that's the measure at which we need to look at when we contemplate and discuss whether or not fee waiver should be granted. I mean, we're talking about $4,829. Okay, so it's not a huge amount one way or another, but I think it's the criteria that we need to establish. We're definitely having the Art and Wine Festival. It is a well-received festival that brings people into MILLBRAE every year. Nobody's disputing that, right? But it's the only question in front of us is whether or not the fee waiver is warranted. And I think many organizations within the city have demonstrated year over year that they contributed. The Lions, the Rotaries, MILLBRAE Cultural Committee, many of them have netted income out of their event, and then they contributed back to the city. And so this is the practice that we'd like to see as we contemplate and discuss whether or not fee waiver should be granted.
I'd like
Thank you,
to-
Councilman Fung. That does become a policy decision, and I believe staff is working on a policy decision. Just realized, point of order, city attorney or city, I can't see if there is a member of the chamber in the audience or anyone in the audience who might want to speak on this. I do see the vice mayor's hands raised on that. I would say that our Chamber of Commerce is a one-person operation. They're a small business. They pay small business rent. They host the state of the city. They host the tree lighting. They host a couple of other events that not all of you may attend, including what was very popular, the Cinco de Mayo event. And COVID has put some of those on hold. They have shrunk during COVID, like many small businesses, and deserve the same attention our small businesses had. They are a small business, and they do give back to the community. They are the treasurer for the Japanese Cultural Festival, and they're
Madam Mayor,
probably
you
the
called for the
treasurer for a couple of other community groups. No, I'm calling the vice mayor.
Actually, Member Cahalan has her hand up.
Okay,
Is the Chamber of Commerce a nonprofit or a small business?
it's a 501c6. So it is a
It
nonprofit.
is a nonprofit. I guess the concern that comes for me in this discussion is our role looking at this and us deciding which of our nonprofits are worthy or not worthy. And are we setting set criteria for how we evaluate how that nonprofit is giving back to the community or not, so that when we make these decisions, we are fairly assessing our community nonprofits the same against each other? Or that's a concern for me.
If I could address that, Member Cahalan, I mean, this came about for multiple reasons. As was stated here, the profit from the Art and Wine Festival goes to one person at the chamber. And during COVID, there were little to no engagement. There has been little to no engagement with the businesses this year and last year. Most chambers will have chamber summits. They will promote businesses. If you ask anyone here, we don't even know, most people will, if you have a business, contribute to the chamber, but we've never been able to get that figure because what I think is most businesses have stopped paying the chamber because of that. Every time we've asked for information, we have not received it. So I understand your concern here. We have a Downtown Business Association that's actually started up. There's supposed to be a purpose and not just a payment towards one person. So that's why this came into discussion here. I hope that answers your question. We're not trying to pit nonprofits against one another. It's what is given back to the community instead of just, paying one salary. So I hope that answers your question.
Councilman Cahalan, do you have some more questions?
No, I hear the concerns, and it sounds like there's some valid points there. I think I still have reservations about how we decide which nonprofits would get waivers or not without having some criteria as a group, and having our organizations, when they make these requests, be able to show their criteria or how they meet that.
I think that's a valid point, and it is my understanding that staff will be bringing us a policy discussion on the use of public lands, and that will be coming sometime in the next year on that. In terms of the chamber holding events, they did try to have a December event only for COVID to return, and they had to cancel it at the behest of the host entity, which I believe was Cadence on Magnolia on that. They are planning several community events right now, and they are currently working on getting more merchants back for the Art and Wine Festival. The pandemic hurt a lot of the festival booth people. So we had a good number of booths last year, but they are trying to get it much more back to the way it used to be or beyond that. So I hear Councilwoman Pappen saying they should be more visible. I can understand that. They are working. And as the council or the chamber liaison, I'll try to see if we can get them a report. I've been a chamber member since 2013. They stopped asking for dues during COVID because businesses were hurting. And I have been encouraging them that they need to go back out to their membership and ask for them to rejoin. So it is a valid point, but I would not say that they have lost people. I would say that they simply haven't during COVID been charging them for membership. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, your hand has been raised. My apologies.
No problem. I just wanted to say that not only to Councilmember Cahalan's point, that the comments that have been and concerns that have been brought up, not only are they valid, but I think they're appropriate at this time. But I will like to suggest that we have that conversation specifically about the chamber in the future, as well as making sure that we discuss deliverables. If our concern is around deliverables, we have to actually make sure that we're clear about what we expect from our partners within our city. And so there's two things going on, expectations and deliverables that are very clear, that's set by this council. Starting tomorrow, we need to make sure that we have staff and council working towards that, as well as if we have concerns about our chamber, let's bring those concerns up. And if we have a liaison and our mayor, let's make sure that we give her a list of our concerns and have a deadline for those concerns to be addressed. I will be supporting this motion, or not, I will not be supporting this motion that's currently on the floor.
We can
Thank
bring
you,
this
Vice Mayor.
back.
I like the idea of putting together our expectations. As the liaison, they can't come to me, I believe, for Brown Act, but perhaps we could ask, if it's appropriate, city manager, that what we expect from any of our community groups that are getting fee waivers, that it be sent to a particular staff person and they can compile it. City manager, how should we do that?
You asking the aggregate fee waiver
Process
amount? I have
question,
that.
so we don't break the Brown Act in terms of trying to consolidate deliverables.
The total write-off is $33,309 on the items in aggregate this evening.
Come on, Madam Mayor, I'd like to offer that we continue this matter till.
No.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I had already called the question. Let's go ahead and call the question.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Nay.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman? Mayor Snyder?
No.
Okay. The motion fails by the vote of 3-2.
Okay, if I could have a motion to approve the staff report and staff recommendation.
I would move that we continue this matter till we get information for the new council members regarding the chamber as to membership and what services they have provided to the local businesses. I mean, this is the only reason that last year we required them to pay the fee. And I think it's appropriate that the new council members have that information. So I would like to move that we continue this and that information be requested from the chamber and just bring it back at the next meeting.
Would you be willing to amend that to allow our liaison to work with the chamber to communicate some deliverables?
Oh, it would,
From the council.
that's the mayor. I think if we want specific deliverables, we can just request that.
Councilwoman, this is setting a precedent and a policy for every community group that comes in front of us.
Madam Mayor, I beg to differ, and I was clear.
One entity to a different set of standards than others.
Madam Mayor, I'm
You
sorry,
have a second
respectfully.
so we can have discussion. Is there a second before discussion? Or was there an amendment to accept the vice mayor's recommendation?
I'll accept the vice mayor's recommendation. I have no problem with that.
Then I'll second for further discussion. I guess my concern is, will the chamber have enough time? I think you said in your comments earlier that it was, I guess in 2021, it was approved such a abnormal time that it didn't leave much time for the event, correct? In 2021, you mentioned that it was approved.
2021, in 2021 and 2022, we gave them basically a month.
Right.
of
And so I'm
approval a
saying,
month
so
before
if
the
we were
event.
to bring this back, say at another meeting, is that enough time to have this discussion with further information? I can support it. I cannot support it. I'm at this point right now, the reason I was willing to approve it tonight, the waiver for tonight, is to allow us and put the onus on us as well as staff to make sure that we are very clear of what our deliverables and expectations are. If we can do that within the next time period, great. If we don't have that within the next time, within the next meeting, then we might as well just approve it tonight.
As the maker of the motion, I would suggest that we approve the event and then continue the matter of the waiver. That would not hold up anything there for specific information to justify the waiver here. That has been the concern all along as to, as a nonprofit, we should ask for the meeting minutes, which we have never received. Also the membership and the outreach to the businesses, because that's what a chamber does. We've asked for information in the past, and if we can get that information to justify the waiver, I'm fine with that. So, I mean, I can easily make the motion right now that we approve the event and continue the matter of waiver, if that would be sufficient for the vice mayor.
Yeah, my concern is, I guess, aligned with the mayor's as saying that we're moving the goalpost. And so I don't want us to be moving the goalpost unless there's some onus on us to do something. And that's something for us to do. And if we can't do that within an appropriate time frame, let's approve the waiver today and make sure moving forward that we are very clear and explicit about what our expectations and our deliverables should be. And we work hand in hand with the chamber to make sure that they are clear in communicating to us for years out what we expect of them. So.
The mayor, we can't hear you, Madam Mayor. Your lips are moving.
What I think I'm hearing is Councilwoman Pappen made a motion that again was not what staff said. The vice mayor had a suggestion, she accepted that, but now I think the vice mayor is saying, no. I think
Just asking for clarification from.
Please do,
That-
Vice Mayor.
That's all
Thank
it
you.
was. It was just a matter of clarification. So that's my concern. I want to make sure that if the councilwoman is accepting my amendment, that it's clear. If it's not, then let's be explicit and understand that correctly.
Yeah, I just have I think we can, again, then if we approve the event as a whole, it keeps going as is here. My concern all along is a gift of city money funding waiver without documentation. And again, this has never happened with any other organization here. But we have never been able to get the minutes as nonprofits are required to do. We've never been able to get a list of the membership. So, I mean, there's no transparency, which is deeply concerning. Those of us who run nonprofits, we know what we have to do. And so, again, that's my concern here. So at this point in time, if we can, we can easily, I think,
Councilwoman
everyone's
Pappen,
agrees.
excuse me.
And then,
Excuse me.
I have a question.
Many of us run nonprofits and many of us do not extort them publicly. And as a chamber member, I have seen the things that you have asked for. So
Again, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. We've requested they be
I'm sorry
presented.
too. I am tired of 3 years now of you taking your hatred of the chamber out and taking up valuable city time on something that should be treated like any other group. There is a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor, were you a second? I can't hear you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yes, for the purpose of the motion, yes.
Okay, for the purpose of the motion, there's a second. Is there any other discussion? I saw someone walk towards.
What's the
staff
motion
desk.
again?
Is there a public comment?
What was the motion again, please?
City clerk's going to have to read it.
I
have the second, but then it was amended. So, but then I wasn't sure if the second one, okay. So, what I gather as the latest one, but it's not confirmed with the second yet. To approve, by motion, a request from the MILLBRAE Chamber of Commerce for parking lot and street closures for our Art and Wine Festival on September 2nd through the 3rd of 2023, and continue the fee waiver consideration to April 14th City Council meeting, for the council liaison to work with the Chamber of Commerce for deliverables and expectations. That is what I believe the motion is, but I believe that's been amended. I need the second to confirm if you're willing to accept the amendments. Okay.
City Clerk, did the maker and the second agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So the
Any
motion is
further
to
council
approve the
discussion?
event and bring back the waiver in the next meeting with the expectation to be cleared up.
I'm sorry, I can't hear that person.
So I think we need a little point of order, just if we can go through the mayor to request to speak, and then
Okay.
that way everybody gets a chance and we can keep a record of
Thank you,
what's
City
happening.
Manager. Was that Councilman Fung?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Fung, please go ahead.
Yes, so I think I would be supportive of approving the event tonight and bring back the waiver in the next meeting as part of also having given the chamber an opportunity to discuss how funding was spent, because I believe their financial as a 501c6 is subject to public disclosure anyway.
Get that online.
So, for them, it would not be an extra burden on them, and neither are we going to move the goalpost for them. Because they have to disclose their financial anyway to the federal authority. So I would support that motion to bring back the fee waiver the next meeting so that they can discuss how these funding were spent.
So that's an amendment.
Thank you, Councilman Fung. Any other comments from council?
Okay. Well,
Given this item, is there anyone from the public that wants to speak on this item? City Clerk, I don't see any hands raised. I see the Vice Mayor's hand, but I think that might still be raised.
We do, Mayor, we do have one speaker slip.
Okay, if the Vice Mayor could please call that name.
yes. Nathan Chen, please come to the podium.
Is this on?
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to bring, I guess, two perspectives to this discussion. So I think there was one comment about how nonprofits are treated in terms of booking city venues. My own experience trying to reserve city venue space on behalf of a nonprofit is there's a schedule of fees that applies to nonprofits. Maybe there's some threshold above which, once you're big enough, you can apply to the council for a waiver, but at least in the city described documentation, that isn't, at least I didn't see that as an option for my event. The other two things are regarding chamber interaction. I remember distinctly a former SEAC member talking about his frustrations dealing with the Chamber of Commerce. It's written into their guidelines that they're supposed to work with the chamber. And this member described the committee's attempts to reach out to the chamber repeatedly to try to get their cooperation on SEAC activities. This is the Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, and those requests going nowhere. I have also inquired at points about getting space at the farmer's market to have like an informational booth, and those requests also don't get replied to. So I will admit, personally, I felt a little frustrated with the Chamber of Commerce. I think that some of the concerns being raised in this meeting are justified. I'm sure there's room for improvement, and I know we all want to have a successful Chamber of Commerce. We want to have a successful Art and Wine Festival, but just wanted to bring my perspective into this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. City Clerk, are there any other hands raised or slips?
No, there's none.
Okay. I had honestly thought that we would treat everyone fairly, but let's go ahead and call the vote. I'm extremely disappointed.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
No.
The motion to approve by motion a request from the MILLBRAE Chamber of Commerce for the parking lot and street closures for Art and Wine Festival on September 3rd through the 2nd through the 3rd of 2023, and to continue the fee waiver consideration to April 11th, 2023 City Council meeting for the council liaison to work with the Chamber of Commerce for deliverable and expectation passed by a vote of 5-1 with Mayor Snyder dissenting.
4-1.
4-1, excuse me.
Thank you, City Clerk. Okay,
And-
moving to the next agenda item. If I got the right one pulled, it was agenda item 13, approved by motion or request from the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee for a parking lot and street closure and fee waivers for the Mid-Autumn Festival on September 23rd, 24th, 2023 as an action item. Staff, do you have a report or a presentation?
We do not, Mayor, just here to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you. I believe this was also requested by Councilwoman Pappen. If you could share your
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In the past, this was a one-day event. This request is a two-day event, and I would really like to see some feedback from the businesses. As previously noted, whenever we have these closures and these permits are granted here, it has an impact on the businesses. I am more than willing to look at this, but I don't think, we need to get the feedback from the businesses before this moves forward and into a two-day event as opposed to a one-day event. I just think we owe it to our businesses to find out what their feelings are on this instead of just, closing the street down for 2 days and seeing later what the impact is. So I would like to, with the council's permission, request that we get some feedback from the businesses before this event in total moves forward.
Thank you, Councilman Pappen. Other comments, council? I can't see if anybody is trying to speak. It does help if you raise your hand. Sorry, council. City Clerk, are there anyone there? Do we have any slips for this
Not
item?
in
or any
person,
hands
but there's a
raised?
virtual.
I do see
hands
that hand
raised.
too.
Would you like us?
Alice, if you can unmute and join us.
Alice, you can unmute
Okay.
yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I just by chance and knowing today discussing MCC's activity. I'm one of the MCC founder and board member. First of all, myself, I just write a $500 donated to MCC last week because the reason why I need to do that, because I need to support this organization. We just come in to the city. We are going to support, Tom should know how many senior lunch and the fund will support by MCC first. And then second, and I just heard earlier how other organizations do. During the pandemic, we have been delayed a lot of material to the organization they need, even though we provide lunch for the police, fire truckmen, also for our public work staff, and more. We also, giving funding to Family Foundation, MEF, and also we are talking about to donate money to someone have illness then we raise money to put money to that difficulty family. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I saw even up to date, we've been established many years. And each time, even though we buy the table for Rotary or any other events, get together for see what we got going, every single time, all board members pay for their own. We never using the organization 1 cent of money. Like as the same as last week. Myself, my $500 donate to MCC, Million Kong, my 200, and also John Million, right, another 100. So even though we try, and our goal is create a culture unique, and for our community, and also sharing with the community for different cultures, specialty, and also promote MILLBRAE and promote downtown business. Last time, each of us, we try to communicate with all the different downtown business owners, share with them what we do. After that, we also work with downtown business owners individually to ask if any of these events bring them business or any damage to the business. But the feedback is all positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kwong. City Clerk, do we have any other hands raised or slips? I see.
We have one
I
more.
see Margaret Fung and then Jean Wong. Ms. Fung, please go ahead.
Dear council members, can you hear me okay?
You're coming in great.
Thank you. As the chair of Economic Vitality Committee, I vow to have 2 days of street closure for this one of the very important cultural event. The reason why I vow for this is because of the previous experience that we had for the street festival to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival. We've seen a lot of traffic bringing into downtown, and we also have spoke to a number of merchants in the last 2 gatherings. We were asking about how's the street closure, how does it affect you guys? And they said they welcome the street closure. They welcome the celebration because it's been a lot of traffic to our downtown. And definitely we've seen many of the merchants have quite a bit of business, a lot of people coming out of the town to eat and wine and dine, as well as shopping in the little stores that we have. So because of that reason, I would support to have 2 days of street closure. Please consider this request from MILLBRAE Cultural Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fung. Jean Wong. Ms. Wong?
Ms. Wong, you could go ahead and mute.
Good evening, Mayor Schneider and council members. My comment is very brief. In the interest of fairness, I believe that the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee waiver request should be treated in the same manner as that of the Chamber of Commerce. While I think that the Mid-Autumn celebration is a lot of fun and a great add to the city of MILLBRAE, we're going back to our earlier discussions regarding the chamber. I think all the same questions should be raised in terms of equity and fairness and both organizations, all organizations treating in the same manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. I see one other hand raised. Oh no, that's still Ms. Wong. City Clerk, do we have anyone else? Vice Mayor, anyone with a slip? Okay,
No.
Closing public comment, bringing it back to council. I thank you. So,
If I can, Madam Mayor.
to me, this is a slippery slope. To me, we treat every entity equally. I don't think a motion, but I think I'm hearing Councilwoman Pappen trying to make a motion. Is there a motion to accept council chamber or is there an alternate motion? I'm sorry, a motion to accept staff recommendations or an alternate?
Madam Mayor, if I might just clarify for the record here, Margaret and Alice are very correct here in that this is an extremely successful cultural event. We are very, very proud of this event and would like to see it continue. I have no problem with the waiver here because the MILLBRAE Cultural Committee significantly and frequently gives back to many of our other organizations within the city. So I think this is very different from the chamber request. My only concern in this matter was if we can get a sign off from the businesses because we are going from 1 to 2 days. And I just think that we owe it to our businesses to clarify, are they okay with this being a 2-day event as opposed to a 1-day event? And if the moment we get that feedback, I mean, I have no problem with a waiver for 1 day. I'm just concerned about the 2 days.
So
Looking
is
at
that
the-
a motion, Councilwoman? Is that a
I think more discussion.
I think it's just a comment.
Okay.
I'm looking at the
Was
map
that Councilman
here.
Kalen?
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the map here and it looks like this is a much smaller closure than we see for the Art and Wine Festival and Lunar New Year. Much smaller section of streets, yes? Yeah, much smaller footprint. It's 2 days, but a smaller footprint. So just putting that out there in terms of the number of businesses impacted by the closure.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalen. Other comments from council?
Madam Mayor?
Is that Mr. Fung? Go ahead.
Yes. Just for sort of experience as well as feedback that was discussed and received during my meeting with many of the businesses here in MILLBRAE. I've had 2 meetings, one of which also attended by city manager here as well, meeting with local merchants back in March, actually January and February. Most of everybody was very enthusiastic and very welcoming of the event that was held during those time. And many of the restaurant owners here and locally downtown have, and also shops and local businesses have benefited immensely as part of the crowd that was able to gather through the through our downtown, bringing in more folks from out of the city to join the festivities that MILLBRAE has to offer. So many businesses locally here have benefited from these activities here. So, and it's also been articulated by Ms. Cahalan a moment ago, that this is a smaller footprint compared to the Art and Wine Festival. So I would be supportive of having this event being approved the way it is being proposed in the staff report here, because I believe that they have proven that they've done a good job and have done, these events have done wonderful promotion for our city as well as our local businesses. I'd like to make a motion to approve this item as stated on the staff report.
Okay, so I hear a motion on the floor to, based on staff report. Was other comment from council before we get a second, or is there a second?
Second.
That was a second by Vice Mayor. So we have a motion and a second to accept the staff report as is. Any further discussion? All right, call the question.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 13 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you. It is 8:25 And we are moving on to public hearing. There is no public hearing tonight. So moving to existing business, agenda item 17, receive presentation on proposed mural art on the dog walk wall adjacent to the MILLBRAE Avenue as part of the Gateway at MILLBRAE Station project. This is an action item. Staff, take it away.
Mayor, thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Harry Burrows. Mr. Burrows is our staff project manager for the TOD2 development project.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, I'm Harry Burrows, the city's project manager for the TOD projects. And I'm going to give a very brief presentation here and then turn it over to the developer of the Gateway project, Republic Urban, and their artist to talk about the art mural that's before you tonight. So this item before you tonight is the last remaining element of public art within the project that has not been before the City Council before. Next slide, please. So the item in question before you tonight is the mural within what we call the dog walk area. And this exhibit shows where the dog walk area is relative to the project. It actually, the mural is proposed on the north-facing wall of the MILLBRAE Avenue overpass, which is between the new residential building. We call it Building 5B. It's the apartment building within the Gateway project. Next, please. To give a better idea of what that mural surface looks like, it's the item there shown on both of these photos on the right-hand side. The upper left photo shows the dog walk area that extends the full length of the apartment building adjacent to the MILLBRAE Avenue overcrossing. And the mural area is the vertical wall that's part of the embankment of the overcrossing. The mural area is shown a little bit more expansively in the second photo. It's about 400 foot in length and varies in height. For at the lower end, actually it goes down to about as tall as I am, or a little bit shorter for the mural area, to a little over 20 feet at the other end. The challenge is that the surface, as you can see there, is concrete and it's ribbed. It's a rough concrete surface, so it's not really an ideal canvas to accept a mural or some sort of painting and art. So next slide, please. So this is the exhibit that was in your staff report, and this is just a concept from the artist, and the artist will, and the applicant will go into a lot more detail here in a moment. But I believe that the idea behind this is that given the surface and the challenge of it, that the vision is for some sort of cascading or waterfall of paint to be applied to this to give it that vertical element. And again, I won't try to explain art anymore because I'm not an artist, I'm an engineer. But just in summary, the recommendation is for you as a city council to receive this presentation and to provide comment and feedback and approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa Durkin from Republic Urban Properties.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. Welcome, Melissa.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schneider and members of the council. My name is Melissa Durkin. I'm Senior Vice President of Development with Republic Urban Properties, here tonight to discuss the final piece of artwork for Gateway at MILLBRAE Station. Next slide. It's been exciting to watch the project be constructed and to now finally see all the finishing touches like artwork finally being installed after so many years. We've really invested a lot into our public art program, and it's really made the project fun and very memorable. Next slide. The final piece of art is a mural that will be painted along the MILLBRAE Avenue overpass and the new dog walk. The idea is to create a vibrant and inviting space for people with their dogs to hang out, or even just people who are walking through the site. We've selected a very talented and creative muralist, Lila Gemellos, to paint this mural, and we've challenged her to come up with a design that can cover the entire 400 feet wall. As Harry mentioned, the wall is not flat, it's very wavy, so it's not really your typical mural surface. And the mural itself reminds me of a melting candle with bright and vibrant colors. So with that, I'll introduce Lila Gemelos to discuss her art piece.
Hello, my name is Lila Gemelos. I'm very excited to be on this project and working with the city of MILLBRAE. When I looked at this giant wall and the corrugated texture of this surface, it seemed really simple to me to paint a beautiful sort of dripped rainbow across this dog park. What this will do for the view itself in the building is going to be exciting as opposed to sort of shady, really dark and drab concrete. What it's going to do for the dog park itself is really engage the space in a simple but beautiful way. I am getting really excited about all the social media of people's dogs running along this wall. Even on an electric scooter or on a bicycle, going past this wall is going to be really vibrant and really fun and just sort of a treat for the eyes. It's going to be something to come and see. Oh, can we change the slide? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Is it Ms. Gemelos?
Yeah.
Or Melos? Thank you and welcome to MILLBRAE. I have to be honest, when I first heard of this project, I went and checked out your website and love your colors. Let me open it up for council for questions on that. City Council, now all I see is the screen.
Question?
Vice Mayor, if you could help call people, call the council members, please take that from me.
Yes, Councilmember Pappen.
You. I love your work. It looks great here. And it is a very dark area here. Only issue I have is the word final, because some of at least one piece of art is not complying and it's not yours. So I do request that one piece of art be brought back as non-compliant. So we should not be using the term final, because this city council approves art. And for those council members who weren't here, approves some
Councilwoman,
spheres.
The agenda item tonight is for approval of this. I
Madam
understand
Mayor,
you are not
I just
happy.
want to be careful.
I hear you. Please don't interrupt me. I understand that you want this back. Right now, the agenda item is to approve that. Following that, I will hear if the other council members want to bring that art piece back. And if there is a majority to bring that art piece back, it will come back at a future council meeting. But right now, the only thing on the agenda tonight in this agenda item is the approval of this piece.
Again, this is a concept, Madam Mayor. So
We're
as to
approving
the
a
artist,
concept with the
excuse
hope
me,
that it
Madam
gets
Mayor,
completed
it's interrupting.
before the opening of
Excuse
the
me.
project on
Madam
April
Mayor.
20th.
Please. Again, I appreciate the work that the samples that we were shown here. One concern here is that in the dog walk here that you have some very interesting colors to the left from the building. So I think you have your work cut out for you as far as the colors that you use in this very dark spot. And you are the artist. So, I'm just concerned about a complete clash from one side to the other. Have you thought about that, or how would you address something like that?
We actually discussed this in the design of this. We are going to be using some of the same paint specs that are used within the painting of the building so that they blend together and they create a sense of harmony from one side to the other.
As an artist, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Thank you.
Very much. It's greatly appreciated. And we hope that there are no electric bikes and stuff. It's a dog walk. But so I look forward to your expertise. I agree, it's a very difficult area and very dark. So I wish you well on that front.
Thank you.
Any other council comments? All right, there being none, I have just one comment on the top part. That's remaining, looks like the concrete. Is there anything that we could do for that to kind of not take away from the art? Because
We
see,
could absolutely extend this color all the way up to the basically sidewalk, vertical of the sidewalk, and then go down.
okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you,
Right.
Vice Mayor. Just point of clarification for the artist. You mean for the bottom of the sidewalk? Just so that we're very clear and nobody gets upset at the end.
Yes,
And
and
I
that
appreciate
in that beautiful hippie area.
Very good. Mr. Burrows, does that make sense? Again, if this comes back as this isn't exactly what the council thought it approved?
Mayor, if I may, this is not going
Is
to
that-
come back to the city council, so tonight's approval, unless directed otherwise, is final. And so as
Okay.
the vice mayor mentioned, I would make sure in the motion that it's specific that the art goes to the top of the
To the
sidewalk.
top, not the bottom.
Not the bottom, to the top of the sidewalk.
Quick question. Just
So
in
the
this
top
picture
two
we're
would
seeing
be-
now, it doesn't have the drip effect. Is that just because this one is to give more of the idea of the colors?
Absolutely, the brightness of the colors, and it will be a beautiful sort of staggered. We're going to let it happen naturally.
And if you go to her website, you do have a couple of actual pieces that are done similar to that, don't you? The paint dripping.
Yes.
I thought I saw one on the website, or maybe it was a conceptual you did.
No, I think those were actuals on the website.
All
There
right, we
were
have
actuals on the website.
two more
Okay,
comments
thank
from
you.
council. Councilmember Fung, then Councilmember Pappen.
Thank you. Beautiful work. We're glad you agreed to doing this. Thank you so very much. I just got one question. It's more of a technical question rather than an art question. How do we protect this art piece from graffiti, for example?
That's a great question. I use an anti-graffiti sealant over it. It's called This Stuff Works. It also comes with a reciprocal solvent so that if any graffiti does occur, it not only doesn't dry to the surface of the mural, it's also very easily washed away. You spray this stuff on and you point a hose at it and it's gone.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we do as much as we can to protect this beautiful art piece. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also would like to furnish both the city and the property with a closeout binder with that information in it that is specifically from the manufacturer of This Stuff Works, the sealant.
And we want to make sure this artwork stays as intended instead of having additional artwork on top of it. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question then as to the mayor's, the vice mayor's issue with the top part. I don't know if you would consider framing it in some way. And again, you're the artist here. I think it might be kind of overwhelming to bring the drips all the way up and around. And just ask that you might consider some sort of a framing element on the top part there. Might be actually enhance the look of the program
That
that
would
you are
actually be
presenting.
easier.
It would be easier. Yeah, I think it might look a little more finished. It just seems it would enhance your work as presented here instead of just taking everything all the way up and all the way.
Yeah, and the way I would see working upwards is to start the stripe there and then letting it fall over the corrugated area. But also framing it in a bright white or a dark black would also be really stunning.
Thank you. That consideration.
Thank you.
All right, one more comment, just around you mentioned just spraying the potential graffiti or anything off. Who would be responsible for that, and under what time frame would they have to get out and take care of that?
We have an on-site property management company that would be responsible for any damage to the artwork. So, the goal would be, in the event it did get graffitied, unfortunately, within a couple of days, I think we'd be able to clean it up.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Couple of questions. It's my understanding that this area has a gate at either end and will be closed at a certain point at night. Melissa, can you clarify that?
Yeah,
The plans may have changed.
Sure. No, the intent has always been that this area would be open to the public. So I
24
don't know the
hours.
exact hours, but I believe it's just, sun up to sundown. The gates are open, unlocked, and available for public use of the dog walk.
Excellent, thank you. And in terms of the black and white border, we are very windy, and in that wind is a lot of dust, and the airport also spits off a lot of dust. Black might be the better color than white. I know black can show dust too, but you play with it a little bit and see what happens with our wind. My house used to be painted white, and it was very dusty and needed to be washed. We painted it brown. If it's dusty, you don't notice. So just that kind of thing, given our wind conditions up here. Any other questions from council at this time? City Clerk, do we have any slips?
We do not have any in-person speaker slip, and there's no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. I know that Culture Arts had wanted to, but they had a meeting at 8 o'clock, and I had told them I thought this would come to us at 7:30. I was way off track on time. So
Mayor,
my apologies to the Culture Arts Advisory Committee. With that,
Mayor, we just
now
have
one
our
comment.
hands raised just now.
Oh, there she is, the chair of our Culture Arts Committee. Ms. Lauer, please go ahead.
Can you share screen? Just be a moment, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, so nice to join, and I'm thrilled I could be here on time. My name is Amy Lauer, and I am the chair of the MILLBRAE Cultural Arts Advisory Committee. So thrilled to see bringing art, more public artwork to the city. It looks absolutely fitting for the space with the bright and vibrant colors. Just to refresh everyone on our stated mission of our committee is to support the creation of local art and cultural activities that build community inclusion and expand pride in our city and help to deliver on our city's mission statement. I did want to really commend the artist and the beautiful way you have of responding to feedback. Having experienced a career in which I worked with creatives in the digital space, I know that sometimes it's hard to sort of dance in that moment, but all of the solutions to the concerns of the council seem to be beautifully addressed, and I think that this is something that will draw people to MILLBRAE, which is actually part of what we want public art to be, and it will be something people will talk about. It will engage the community and create a shared experience. So I just wanted to put in a couple of words to say thank you so much, and I think beautiful job. I'm excited to see it come to life.
Thank you, Chair Lauer. City Clerk, anyone else? I am not seeing anyone. I'm going to close public comment, bringing it back to council. Just a couple of comments. I mentioned it at the unveiling of the Freedom Threshold art piece, which was just a stunning event. But the goal had originally, we had been trying to get this on the agenda for a couple of months. Some things got in the way. The hope that the artist might be complete by the April 20th opening. But I did mention to Michael Van Avery that Los Gatos had a neat way of doing public art. They actually had the artists do their work as the public could come and view it. So I just wanted to throw that out there so that the artist doesn't feel rushed. If you need a little bit more time, the way the event is going on the 20th, it's designed, I believe, to have people walk throughout the entire gateway area, and it could be pretty cool to get to watch you doing art. So it's just if you could, I think it would be cool. It would be interactive that way, but it is entirely in your hands, depending on council's vote tonight. I couldn't be happier with this. So with that, if we have a motion that takes into account the suggestions by Councilwoman Pappen, and I might have missed a council member there, if someone could make a motion.
So move. Second.
We've got to be specific, at least on how it's going to, is it the bottom of the sidewalk above or all the way up and over onto the sidewalk? So people walking on the overpass will be walking on a rainbow.
I don't think we have that authority, Madam Mayor.
Well, that's why
Mayor, I think as long as we just go to the top of the wall.
Top of the wall.
Yeah, top of the wall,
not the bottom of the
below the sidewalk, but to the top of the wall.
Okay, gotcha.
So the entire face has art on it.
Okay, the horizontal or the vertical, nothing on the horizontal, except that bulb out.
No. Very simply, the entire wall will have the mural on it. So both the vertical and horizontal elements, for point of clarification, goes to the top of the sidewalk, not on the sidewalk, just the very top of the wall. Top of the wall.
The very, right
With the
where the
proposed
corner
frame.
at a right angle.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I want to be specific because I've been hearing nothing but the spheres for the last 3 months. So we're going to be very specific tonight. So the motion is to approve the mural and with the graciousness of the artist to go from the right angle on the wall all the way down, or as the paint drips down.
Yes.
And
That's the
council, you
motion.
will understand that some of the old gray brown concrete will be exposed.
No, we've asked that there be some sort of a framing at the top that appears to be like a bubbled out, or how do you want to describe that portion?
I'm thinking more of the bottom because the samples that we've seen are the drips coming down.
Oh,
But
okay,
if the
she's-
wall is
okay.
painted, for example, white first, then the wall would be white and then the color would be dripping down the white.
I think what we're doing
Otherwise,
is
you're
we're
gonna see the
commissioning
concrete
the
on
artist
the
to do her work on that wall, how she
Yeah.
sees fit.
And including the top strip
Right.
there. So I think we're clear, Madam Mayor, on this end.
Okay, as long as we don't have a sphere issue in the future, this is what we're getting tonight. All right, there is a motion.
A second already.
There's a second already, Mayor.
Oh, there was. I'm sorry. It's very late in my time zone. All right, if there's no further question, City Clerk, could you call the vote?
Certainly, Mayor. Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Okay. The motion to approve the proposed mural art on dock walk wall adjacent to the MILLBRAE Avenue as part of the Gateway at MILLBRAE Station project with amendment to frame and start the artwork at the top of the wall. Motion passed by the vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to agenda item 18, recommendation on the formation and implementation of a citizen committee on social equity and cultural inclusion. And is staff doing the report or is the council subcommittee doing the report?
Mayor, I have a quick presentation before I hand it over to the council subcommittee. So if
Okay.
I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, next slide, please. So again, just a way of background, on January 10th of this year, the City Council Ad Hoc Subcommittee on Social Equity and Cultural Inclusion did present their preliminary recommendations to the City Council and requested the full council's input and direction. At that meeting was continued to January 24th, where the City Council then reviewed the recommendations and provided some input, but ultimately voted unanimously to direct the City Council Subcommittee to return to the full council in March, which we are today, with recommendations on the selection process on the formation of a Citizens Committee on Social Equity and Cultural Inclusion. And then the City Council also voted unanimously on 5 equity initiatives for the charge of the Citizens Committee to focus on. Next slide, please. And again, these focus areas on this slide include the 5 areas originally were racial, gender, economic, environmental justice, and abilities. And the subcommittee is recommending one additional initiative, number 6, which is language access. So starting, there was a presentation, the recommendation of the subcommittee, and following the council's direction to, 1, not have the selection be political, have an independent consultant review and help select and move the committee forward. And the recommendation is of the subcommittee is to retain the services report here of a consulting firm that the City Council had seen before, a video on a group out of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, that they select based on demographics. So a committee is used, a random sample, demographic-based selection of a committee. And so just wanted to share some of the demographics from the subcommittee with the full council this evening. And so the population of MILLBRAE, based on the 2020 census, is 23,216. We have 8,272 households with a per household population of 2.7. In MILLBRAE, we have a pretty high foreign-born population at 38.9%, almost 39%. That's 9,031 people. And then gender-based, we have 51.92%, almost 52% female, and that's 12,054, and male at 48% of 11,162. So that's generally kind of the population trend of MILLBRAE currently, or based on the 2020 census. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of demographics and ethnic background, on table 2 on the left there, and this is in the staff report, 13,198 or 56.84% are Asian, including Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. Then our Black African American population stands at 188.81% of the population. Our Hispanic population is 2,563, which is 11.04%. The white population is 6,712, or 28.91%. And a mix of other races are 555 at 2.39%. On the table, it's 99.99. That's just a rounding issue, but it does equal 100%. Then, depending on how detailed, the direction of the consulting firm is to break out the committee to reflect the community, we wanted to present the breakout further. So of the Asian population on table 3, 68.26% or 9,000, just over 9,000, 9,009 people are Chinese. 1,747 are Filipino, that's 13.24%. Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders are 920, 6.97%. Our Korean population is 682, which makes up 5.17%. Asian Indian, 347 people, that's 2.63. Japanese, 259 citizens, that's 1.96. Vietnamese is 157, or 1.19%. The Thai population is 24 at 0.18%, and another mixed race in the Asian ethnicity is 53 at 0.40%. The white population is at 6,712, again, 28.91% of the population. The breakout of the Hispanic or Latino origin, again, they totaled 2,563 or 11.04%. And that breaks out to of Mexican origin, 57.62% of the Hispanic or Latino population. That's 1,477 people. Spanish origin is 1,015 or 39.6. And Puerto Rican is 71 people at 2.78. And then the Black African American population, again, is 188 at 0.81% of the total population. And then the other mix of races based on the census is 555 or 2.39. So that breaks down even further the demographics within the community.
May I ask a clarifying question and make a comment? I'll make them very quick. For Spanish origin, is that pretty much Central America and South America just combined together?
I believe it is,
that?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just for clarification, because we do have a population of folks from the Middle East, East Asia, and they have get put in as white. So that's a population we need to acknowledge in our community as we do this planning that's not in the demographics here, because the way the census is still done, unfortunately.
Correct, yeah, because the Caucasian is the Caucasus Mountains, and you're right. Okay, moving to the next slide, table 4. Age distribution, this was also something the City Council was interested in, making sure that the Citizens Committee reflected age. So the way the age breaks down in MILLBRAE currently, or based on the 2020 census, the age range 0 to 17 is 16.2% of the population, or 3,761 people. The age 18 to 34 is 4,838 people, or 20.84%. The age group 35 to 64 is 9,087 people, or 39.14%. and 65 plus is 5,530, or 23.82%. And the reason why this is important, again, it's if the organization that the subcommittee has recommended as a consultant, this is the way that they would randomly sample and select members of the MILLBRAE community to reflect the demographics of the community. Next slide, please. So also in consideration of the charge and the principles, there were 4 that the city council wanted to move forward with the objectives. And the model that the subcommittee is recommending, and this is in the attachment of the staff report, is what the Metropolitan Transportation Commission used. And that model included as an example and kind of a launching point for the committee 4 initiatives. And they include affordability and wealth creation, access and opportunity, civic engagement and power building, and climate adaptation. So this is an example that, tonight, again, moving towards what the charge of this citizens committee would be, those strategic initiatives that we could share with them. Also, the city council or the city council subcommittee did do some research on various firms. One of those is a firm out of Oakland that we did some research there. The name of them is Environmental Justice Solutions, very well experienced firm that started in 2017. That firm, and in the budget, the fiscal impact is about $200,000. So that would include an array of consulting services, basically 3 primary consulting services. But EJ Solutions, for example, is founded by Mary Bell Tobias. She was a practicing lawyer from UC Hastings College of Law. And, reading the bio just real quick, because it's litigation advocacy on behalf of communities facing disproportionate environmental and socioeconomic burdens across the country. She has extensive experience in environmental, climate, housing, transportation, civil rights law and policy, meeting design and facilitation, and coalition leadership. So this is one of the firms that we would, or the subcommittee would recommend, as well as I'm trying to not go look at the staff report, but the one that the vice mayor had recommended, Facing History and Ourselves, we researched that. That organization does a lot of education. And so bringing in an organization like that to help educate not only members of the subcommittee, but also, city staff, and as we progress, use them as a training consulting firm and an education consulting firm. Quite a bit of experience nationwide. So, next slide, please. So with that, I'll hand it over to the subcommittee, but the recommendation in the staff report is to approve the formation and implementation of up to 25 members, and the subcommittees, and they can speak for themselves here. That is would be 5 members per city council district, and also, reflective of the cross-section of the community. But again, working with a consulting firm to do the random sample, but we would want, or the recommendation is up to 5 per city council district. But the Citizens Committee, to form that committee on social equity and cultural inclusion independently, selected through the retained service and methodologies of the consulting group, Healthy Democracy. The charge of the Citizens Group is to conduct an equity assessment of the community and then develop a roadmap or strategic plan following the similar programs of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission that I just mentioned and the City of South San Francisco, focusing on the 5 areas of equity approved by the City Council, with the 1 additional equity area of language access as recommended by the City Council Subcommittee. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Mayor, Vice Mayor, hand it over to the subcommittee members for further explanation.
Thank you, City Manager. Council Subcommittee, do you want to give any further information?
I think we're happy to answer questions the council might have.
Okay, Council, do you have any questions?
I think for me, the largest question is the budget. What recommendations do we have for that, for us getting that $200,000 to cover that? And is that annually?
So I think that this would get us into two years.
100 a year.
Yeah, exactly.
And it would be ongoing.
Yeah, then once the subcommittee presents their strategic plan or roadmap to the city council, then we can come back and then, build that into our budget and implement whatever, that plan of action is. And then the way I see it, and the way the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and I think, again, I don't want to put words in the committee's mouth, but the way I see it is that this becomes an everyday implementation, right? And so it would just kind of organically be built into budgets. It would be built in to everything that we do as we build our budgets on projects and we build our budget annually. The source of funds for this, we have a general fund reserve, but it's not our required reserve. And so we have sufficient funding. It's a general fund balance. So basically what it is, over the years, funds that are accrued that we come under budget, then we put in our general fund account balance. And so that balance right now stands at about $11 million. And so this is something that, as a priority to City Council, we could move that money from that account into here. Okay. So we have sufficient funding.
In some other models I've seen, there's been like an initial committee that did the initial work of setting up the plan and the goals. And then once that kind of framework was set, then the actual committee or commission that carried that out was selected. Do we see this as that type of body, or do we see this as a new committee with like a 4-year term, like our current committees? Or
Yeah, that's where
what's the vision?
That's where the South San Francisco model comes in. So this original, or this citizens committee would bring forth ultimately the recommendations, right? Starting with the needs assessment and evolving the recommendations based on the strategic initiatives adopted by the city council. Once their work is complete, then South San Francisco model is, then their work is done, right? And then so if the recommendation is to form a permanent committee, I think that would evolve from the citizens committee, and then that determination would then rest with the city council based on those recommendations. So this would be a very purposeful citizens committee that would have a beginning and an end, and that end is the recommendations to the city.
So the recommendation is to create a feasibility committee with a budget of $200,000 to decide whether or not we should have an ongoing committee of some sort.
Well, for me, no. It's to have a committee that makes recommendation, and part of the recommendation may be, hey, council now and city, these are very much like MTC. These are the strategic initiatives that you practice every single day.
No, I heard that, but what I also heard towards the end of your comment, you said they would make a recommendation to formalize a committee at the end of their term.
Their recommendation may be to, yes, have a permanent social equity committee. It will evolve.
If I could clarify?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Please. So the subcommittee was tasked with how do you come about with a citizens committee like this? And we are proposing that the company be retained so that we can reach a group of citizens, independent, not political, but seriously reflective of the people that we represent. And what this group had presented too is that you're reaching really people who reflect the community but don't necessarily participate. Some may participate regularly, but those are the people we really wanted to reach here. And then they are the initial citizens committee. They would come back to the entire council with their thoughts, again, not ours, not political in any way, shape, or form, to present to the council their findings, their wishes, their desires, given this group.
What's the time frame?
We'd have to reach, again, the first step was here, how do we come up with the committee? We retain the company with the guidelines that have been presented here. I don't know what their timeline is. We're waiting for permission from the council to step in.
what I'm trying to get at is that we had a subcommittee work for a little over a year and a half to get us to where we are today. Now we're saying create a citizen committee that would take us where, another year and a half to decide what next steps are? So, I mean, or are we talking a shorter term? Are we talking weeks and months or?
The process as was described by the company is that in order to reach this group, I know you're looking for specific, is it 6 months or whatever? I don't
Yeah,
have
because
that answer
yeah.
because we were tasked with specifically, how do you develop a citizens committee on social equity and cultural inclusion independent? Selected through these services. So they would have to come to us and say, this is how long the process would be. We can emphasize that we would like this done sooner rather than later. We're not the company
No.
as to how long the process takes.
Right, no, and I get that, but if I thought the charge was number one, that consult with them. So to have conversations with these individuals or a representative of these organizations and find out what that timeline is. We're saying specifics, because how do we come up with a $200,000 budget? Is that enough? Is that too much? And so if it's $200,000 for a year, if it's $200,000 for 2 years, or $200,000 for 6 months, that's important for us to know. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I just want to understand that. And if their recommendation at that point is say, hey, we paid $200,000 just to get a randomized committee, I'm sure there's a cheaper way to do that.
Yeah, maybe I
Okay,
can.
so
maybe-
that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah,
And I don't
may-
want us to have the end result be, we spent 3 years to decide whether or not this community is deserving of a cultural commission or a subcommittee or citizen committee. And then 3 years later, we'd find out, yeah, we don't want it.
Well, maybe I can
it's
eliminate
not
some
3
of the
years.
confusion based on
No.
what I said. And I think that in talking with Healthy Democracy, which we did a lot of research and talking to them on the telephone, it's anywhere from a 9 to double that, 18-month
So it'd be 3
period
years.
of time.
Right.
And and the charge here is not just to select a committee. It's to select a committee and then have them go to work and have them make recommendations back to the city council based on those now 6 initiatives, right? Of what is the plan? And so that is their charge. It's not just the secretary, it's come back with, their plan may be, hey, council, we think that we should continue. We think that we should have a committee in perpetuity and this should be the committee. Or maybe it's, we need a 7-member ongoing committee.
And I
You know,
totally
Vice Mayor?
understand that.
So that,
But yeah, I think that the mayor has a question first.
And I,
When you're done, I have a set of questions because this, whereas I appreciate the work the subcommittee has done, this is not what I thought we were doing.
Yeah,
But when
and
you're
so,
done-
no, first and
when you're
foremost,
done,
number one,
send it
I
back to
like
me.
the work and appreciate the work that has been done. But again, my concern is that we had slide after slide after slide about demographics and nothing about the specifics. If we're talking the specifics, someone could have said, hey, this is the work we do. This is how we will help the city of MILLBRAE. This is our timeline. That should have been presented, not a bunch of demographics.
Actually,
And so that's my concern. That if we're talking about saying we're going to approve $200,000, and again, if it's for 1 year, 2 years, if it has a minimal impact on our overall budget, that's not the point. The point is we're fiduciaries up here and we have to be responsible. And if we don't have all of the information, we can't be responsible.
so the charge of the city council direction was to have the subcommittee come back with the formation
Of course.
of the committee. And so that's the presentation this evening.
And there should be no talk about
The
timeline or anything else then.
Well, we could come back with a scope and,
Right.
and task.
And that's all I'm trying to, because
yeah,
it seems like
sure.
if we're talking about only that, then the question should be, do we believe that there should be a committee? Do we believe that we should have some type of process? And this is what we believe that process should be. And if we're saying that process costs $200,000, then say that. If it's less than $200,000, that has to be communicated.
Yeah, so the process based on the presentation
charge.
back in January when we spoke with the, we got that price from them. It was $160,000 to form and take the committee through a strategic plan
But that's
Trust
not
and
what you
facilitate.
just said in your own words. That wasn't the charge. The charge was just the formation.
Well, that's okay, then you don't have to. That's
The
fine.
formation and the selection.
Then I would say.
That's what the charge was.
Then I would
And
say
so
the
what's the
recommendation, then I
cost?
would say the recommendation is $160,000
Thank you.
to hire the firm.
Thank you.
To then select
Right.
and convey and facilitate the charge.
then I
So-
understand that now.
And if it's
That's-
just the selection, then we can go back and say, how much is it just for the selection? 40,000, 50,000?
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, Vice Mayor? Just thank you again, subcommittee, and thank you, city manager and staff who worked on this. When we asked for this to come back a month ago, I guess I didn't interpret what was in the motion, the direction that this group has gone. I will say that this started in 2020 when I was mayor. It became a subcommittee. The subcommittee had it a year and a half, and I see very specific needs for the city of MILLBRAE now, and I'll talk more about those shortly. When I read the staff report, for a group the size of 25, I think is way too large. I have run a process at the city of San Jose with groups this large to redesign an entire garbage system, and it eats up huge amounts of staff time. So it's not just $200,000, it's staff time. It's taking us away from other work like keeping neighborhoods from flooding and on there. I'm going to go back to the demographics. The demographics are looking entirely at race, and would we end up with all people who own their own home? Would we end up with people that have two families living in a one-bedroom apartment in that? So I am not happy with some outside group using simply race and age data to create MILLBRAE. I understand we want to reach people who haven't spoken before, but I think that's the function of a full commission, not the function of a group who then will, knowing nothing about what we are hoping for them to do, try to come up with solutions for us. I absolutely cannot support that. I can support what I thought we were doing back in 2021, which was to create a social equity, a commission on that, a 5-person or 7-person commission. They go through the same process that we do with our other committees and commissions, which we have a committee for that, or we can open it up to be interviewed by the full council. And we have 1 advisor to it or 2 advisors if our council wants it that way. But we are not spending $200,000. In my time on city council, the committees that I have liaison for have had 0 budget. We have not done a tree inventory since 1992. We couldn't even get $50,000 to pay for a tree ordinance or a tree inventory to find out which neighborhoods are going to bake in the next heat wave. So I cannot spend $200,000 for a consulting firm to talk to us about culture inclusion. I can support a commission that will look at the 5 or potentially 6 areas on that. But I will tell you, I have spent 7 years trying to get MILLBRAE recognized as an environmental justice community. And I have been out here talking for 5 days and making headway. And environmental justice includes, are people getting enough to eat? Do they have broadband at home so their children can learn? Or that if they've got grandparents stuck at home, they can at least get the equipment that they can talk to their loved ones when they're stuck at home? Are our seniors getting fed? Do we have neighborhoods that have the same protection from air pollution as everybody else? Do we have a voice in the grants that fund these programs? And the lack of having environmental justice categories is why we did not get the tree grants. It's why we had high-speed rail in their EIR specifically say, MILLBRAE, you're not an environmental justice community, therefore we did not have to do this range of analysis. So looking at the timeline that the city manager just said, a year to 18 months, that's 3 years to get a social equity commission going. And frankly, we will look ridiculous on this. And I thought when we said, yeah, look at South San Francisco in terms of makeup, in terms of the goals of their commission, what were they? Not to follow a process that is huge and horribly expensive.
Mayor,
That said, again, I would support a commission of 5 or 7 or 9, what the council will decide on. And perhaps bringing in the consultant city manager that you mentioned with a background. Environmental justice is actually the umbrella from everything social equity does. And she's got that background, or the firm has that background. I don't know what her costs are, but that would be for the commission to then go back out and get that. We cannot sole source a contract, so it's going to have to go out to bid anyway. But city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't support a process that's going to take 18 more months and spend $200,000. And maybe they'll come back and say, yeah, we have a couple of issues here and there, when I know we are a disadvantaged community by the airport alone. And then you add the train systems, and we are extremely disadvantaged. You add the air pollution from 280 and 101. We should have been an environmental justice community from the time the concept was created. So I thank you, subcommittee, but heck no, am I approving 200K?
So Mayor, maybe a point of clarification. I did not mean to confuse the council, but again, it's not, the subcommittee can correct me here, it's not just the formation of the committee. It's the council talked about and provided direction on a needs assessment and then a roadmap. That's what the formation of this committee and then their charge is. Once that's complete, that will be brought back to the city council for action, further direction, and evolve. I don't have the answer at the end, but that's the charge of this action this evening. It's not just forming a committee to determine if we should form a committee. It's a committee for a needs assessment, because I think it was determined that this community hasn't been asked what they believe are the issues. And I think that the charge of the city council was to say, okay, form the committee, have them go do that needs assessment, and then come back with a strategic plan or a roadmap, for this. And that's what you get from this action this evening. And if the council would like us to come back with a more detailed scope and task and budget, task by task, and timeline, we could certainly do that.
And I want to be clear here. The subcommittee is not suggesting that something takes 18 months or 2 years at all. We're suggesting that the committee be established as soon as possible with the assistance of this group, and that all the issues presented, including the environmental justice, as the mayor said, and all the issues that we carefully listened to the tapes, brought back, were mentioned here, are addressed by the committee as quickly as possible. And what was presented is that once the committee is established, and it says, up to 25, they may say, hey, we can cover the city with all these elements with a lot smaller number. What we were trying to do is make sure that every district is represented, which is something that not necessarily, sometimes committees just don't have that representation because we're so small. That we have regional bodies that have like one representative from this jurisdiction for the disability community, one representative from another district, but, just making sure that each district is representative in one way, shape, or form, so that you are getting really a group that is diverse and reflective of our city, and that they can then get to work immediately on the items that this council clearly established here. I think what the city manager is trying to emphasize here, that this can be ongoing. Once they address the issues established by the city council, then you've got the group that you can actually utilize if you were to say, how do you feel about the fire assessment coming up? Getting their thought process. That's what kind of makes a diverse group. And the benefit of the recommendation here is that you can then use whatever group you have here, not only specifically for this, and get their recommendations, but you also then have a group that you can ask other questions to, ask them to address, and move on from there. So no, we are not suggesting something that's going to be drawn out here. We need to, what we're suggesting is get this group to work immediately to reach out to the community. And contrary to what the mayor said here, it would be actually in and of itself, that they go out, they go do this. They've gotten the instructions from the city council, as were set forth in the report here, and that they immediately start addressing those issues presented. And as we understood it, is that if you want them to look at environmental justice issues, then they bring in an expert that says, this is what environmental justice is. How do you feel about that? And how do you think that impacts the city of MILLBRAE? It's not any one of us. It is the group that they come up with that addresses everything that this council has asked them to address. And then they, hopefully they come back with every element that was suggested here. Not that you have to wait 2 years or 18 months, but let's put them to work as quickly as possible. Here's your issues. And the committee would say, okay, we want to take that one first or this one first. They decide which they think is the most relevant, but they go through each list as was suggested. So I think the city manager didn't reflect what the subcommittee has said here, is that we want them to go to work immediately. And we looked at multiple firms here. So you are looking at a cost that is reflective of that. We were tried to get a number from South City, but they also invested a significant amount of money with their community meetings and coming together with their final results. So it wasn't, none of this is inexpensive, but it is worth it to really get to where we hope the city wants to be, and that they look at all those issues that each member of this council presented. So I hope that's a little clearer.
Yes, thank you. Anders, Councilman Fung?
I'm sorry, before going back, Councilwoman Pappen, can you pull up the slide or staff the slide that had the 4 bullet points? Because climate adaptation is not environmental justice. Climate adaptation is not climate change work. It is its own separate thing.
But we can modify that, Madam Mayor. We can easily modify
just
that.
a sample of what they would look at?
Sure, yeah.
Right. All right, Madam Mayor.
And how of the demographics, you didn't answer, maybe didn't ask the question. The demographics do not have a breakout by socioeconomics.
That is correct, and that was just
equity. In my view, it is socioeconomics more than race.
I agree, Madam Mayor. We have those elements. These are professionals. Apologize.
I don't care if they're professionals. I didn't see anything in those slides that said socioeconomics.
And it should be in there. I agree with you, Madam Mayor. We put together this report. I'm sorry it wasn't inclusive of that, but I agree that that should absolutely be in there. And I think again, we wanted to make the step in the right direction, start the process, and we can adjust the process to be reflective of whatever we missed, because it is important that we cover those key elements.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Fung.
Thank you. I was just kind of putting some of my thoughts together, listening to all the debate. First of all, I want to address a few things here. Achieving equity and inclusivities. It's not about having the city council, forming a committee and then telling the committee what to do, right? It's about reaching out to our broader community, particularly those who we have not heard from. Now, I mean, as we sit in here, we just celebrated, I want to get the words right. We just celebrate Diversity Month, as we have seen in the data that we provide, in the statistics that we have provided, that we have nearly 39% of our population who was born outside of the country. And many of those folks who simply may or may not speak the same language as what we're speaking here today, right here on the council bench. And then we need to reach out to every single one here and draw from their experience and have them identify how to achieve more equity and inclusivity in our city. There's a good reason why we chose a diverse, sizable group of community members, because we want to be inclusive and draw from the life experience, as I said, from our broader community members, particularly those who might have expertise in environmental justice on what area, if any, that we as a city must focus on in order to achieve more equity and more inclusivity, and focusing on those 6 areas as recommended by the council and the subcommittee that has already been addressed in the staff report. The statistics is here, that is being presented here, is to explain to the public how the people of MILLBRAE is comprised of. When we're establishing a committee that to represent our city, it needs to look like the people that it represents. So.
Okay,
Thank
Madam
you,
Mayor,
Councilman Fung.
Council Member Cahaley? Kaylin?
I think a lot of my questions and comments are similar to what we're hearing, but I think, in clarity, in the actual recommendation, there's a lot in the staff report, but then when it comes to the recommendation to vote, there's a lot that's not in there. So I think if we were really clear in coming forward with what the charge was for the subcommittee today was about the makeup of the committee and the charge of the committee. So in the recommendation, the makeup of the committee simply says up to 25 members, up to 5 from each district. But it doesn't reference the diversity in that was presented in the staff report or other areas that we've discussed here tonight that we would want included in that. And I think more specific about the charge of that we would want this committee to be a one-year committee to create a strategic plan. Or, does that make sense? So, putting those guidelines on what really is the charge, acknowledging whether this is a temporary or permanent committee from the beginning, I think would be helpful to clarify that. Another thing, what Healthy Democracy does in creating committees looks wonderful. I did some more research on their website, and I couldn't find anything about them doing work on creating strategic plans. I saw them have things about creating different types of committees, creating committees to discuss ballot measures and initiatives that were happening in locales, but I didn't see anything about strategic planning. So maybe that's something they do, but they don't have on their website, but we may need a different organization to do that. And I think we probably have a lot of local organizations that do that work with more of a DEI lens and experience. I didn't see a lot of that piece on the Healthy Democracy site. So those might be, the formation of the committee and the creating a strategic plan might be 2 different skill sets that may not be found in the same organization. Is there?
If I might address that? Yeah, staff used the term strategic plan here. The city council, and again, we went back several times to look at what this subcommittee was tasked with. So we were trying to be very specific. So they're calling it strategic plan. What we're going to ask them to do is address the specific issues that were presented by this council as quickly as possible here so that we can move these issues forward here, see what this independent committee says, what they're looking for, how they feel about those. Again, we give them the whole list and we left some out that are, I think, very important that need to be included there. So the presentation to democracy would be, we want to make sure, and hopefully this council will look at that list in detail, so we're not missing anything, and say, you come up, please, develop the committee, because we want to start moving on this, and, present these issues to them. So that is the goal here. And again, as Councilmember Fung identified here, we really want to represent the city of MILLBRAE. And this council clearly said they don't want a political committee. So let's get the citizens, whoever they may be, and whoever, reached out to, and put them together and present all this to them and say, look, we need some results here. What are your thoughts on all of this? Again, city staff put in roadmap, but we want those questions and issues addressed. And not in 2 years and not in 1 year. As soon as they get together here, let's get some answers.
I'd like to address a little bit more
Councilwoman,
further.
hold on, Councilwoman Cahalan. And council, I can see hands raised, if you wouldn't mind going back to the old hand raising. Councilwoman Cahalan, were you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it's just a few comments, and I know we have 2 speaker cards here presently. I'm not sure how many we have.
Oh, and then we've got 4
Okay.
hands raised.
You know, all due
5
respect,
hands raised.
when we say we want the community to tell us, the elected officials, what areas we need to focus on, we do that, and they do that by electing us. We are their voice. Leaders lead. Every single corporation across America, every school district across America, every city across America knows they have a problem, and we need to focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, social equity, whatever you want to call it. So that we don't need to do research to reinvent the wheel of what people are doing across this country already. There's people utilizing best practices in every aspect. If we want to use some of our corporate partners throughout San Mateo County, I guarantee there's corporations that would say, hey, you know what? We have our diversity equity chair that could probably provide some time and support to this program. We have educators. We have community colleges. We have universities at our disposal that are doing this work. We have the County Office of Education that hired someone in a position that does this work. If we consulted with them, if we did some type of in-kind support, it would not be $200,000 for that, for the strategic planning, for this committee that we're trying to do randomly, and trying to make sure we're having representation. But the numbers we only have are those that are based on race, not LGBTQ+. What are our numbers in MILLBRAE? We don't have that. What are our numbers on individuals dealing with mental health? What are our numbers on social economics? What are our numbers on the disabled? And then we can go on and on of what's not presented here tonight and why we already are not asking the right questions, because we're not starting with the right premise. And so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to say we need to do something. Let's form the committee. Let's charge those that are on the committee to create an opportunity for there to be representation of our community, every single district. And yes, I agree, 25 is way too much. But I do believe that every council member should be able, if we do our own vetting and say, hey, we're gonna have a call for qualification. So every qualified individual that wants to speak, we can go through this process with a company that's gonna charge us $160,000. But if individuals are not empowered to speak up and raise their hand and say, I feel like I belong in MILLBRAE, they're not going to come to them or us. So what we have to do is start where we are, make sure we do a call for qualifications, have an extended period, just like we do for any other commission or committee. And then we allow our council to say, hey, I'm going to make an appointment, 2 appointments for my district, and we can have 1 at-large member that is voted on by this council and go from there. And then charge that group of individuals to do all this other stuff, to connect with the corporate sponsor, to connect with the college district, to connect with the consultant that can do this work. But we're making this way too hard than it has to be. Do we agree that we need a committee or a commission? Answer that question, yes. Make the appointment that we were meant to make in January, make the appointments of 2 council members to represent us on that committee as ex-official members. Just a voice. You do not have an official vote. You're ex-official members. You bring the city representatives together or residents together and let them be the voice of our community. And that's what I suggest we do. If we're talking about a budget, let that subcommittee and those representatives of this council come back with a budget that is reasonable and that takes into account going through the proper channels to make sure that we understand that we're not the MTC, we're not South San Francisco, we do not have their coffers. And so that's all I'd like to say, and just make sure that we lead and we make that decision tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Fung, and then I'd like to open it up to the public. So we do have 6 hands raised and however many people are in person. Mr. Fung, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think any one of us here wants to just have a committee for the sake of having a committee, right? I mean, this committee that, that we're recommending here between Councilmember Pappen and myself, it's about making progress as a city to achieve more equity and inclusivity in everything that we do on a daily basis, because this is how we can achieve that goal. It's not about just having a 5, 7, or 8 or 9 person committee and just kind of have a discussion and then it'll achieve inclusivity and equity. It's about making recommendations so that we as a city changing a little bit of everything that we do every day that would achieve that ultimate goal. Now, and that's what this committee that we're recommending to form here, that is going to conduct this need assessment and recommending the practice that would achieve these goals. I think we all agree that this process needs to be non-political. We've discussed this over and over again. And to the Vice Mayor's point, I mean, the public call elected official a politician for a reason. So therefore, the subcommittee makes a conscientious effort, right, to study our city's need. And therefore, we recommended a random sampling in a sizable group of citizens, given the demographics and all the statistics that we have shown today. And that's, the statistics is what we're going to use to do this random sampling of citizens. And then have them drive the definition and what it means to be more equitable and more inclusive here in MILLBRAE. The very process of having council member appointing community members to serve on a committee simply made this political. So that's why this subcommittee made the recommendation that it did today. It's because we agree in previous meeting that we have many debates on. This needs to be a non-political process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fung. Opening it up for public comments. As people are getting ready for the slips, Vice Mayor, you call the people in person. The other part then missing in the data, the Census Bureau, I believe, did not ask for citizenship. So when the staff report and or the recommendations use the term citizen, that is different than our residents on that. So just keep in mind that of the foreign-born population, they may not all be citizens on that. So right then and there, the demographics can be misleading. And the committee structure could or
Mayor,
could not achieve what you just said on that.
Well, we can go back. With all due respect, I do not think that the census data, I think it's reflective of all citizens, whether they're legal citizens or not. They're all residents, they're all citizens. So it is all inclusive.
Citizens means a specific thing, city manager.
I apologize, that's my
It's a
terminology, than
specific
people.
thing.
Than people.
Yeah, in which case, and I'm happy to represent all residents if we say residents, but citizens means something in America. All right, City Vice Mayor, if you could call the people in person. And people, please remember, if you could please give us your name and the street you live on. And it's okay if you're out of town, just so we have an idea where you're from.
All right, Nathan Chan.
Hello, Nathan Chan. I live on El Camino Real here in MILLBRAE. I'm very excited about this agenda item, definitely. With respect to the committee selection, I think some creativity is in order in terms of how we select folks to participate in this committee. I'm sure it's no surprise to all of you that even putting your name out there, bothering to fill out an application, be interviewed by the council in English is an impediment to many of the people who want to participate. might want to participate in the civic life of Millbrae. I would also say, in terms of the cost of this initiative, I think one thing that I really liked in our city's housing element is all of the detail that went into the section affirmatively furthering fair housing. I would encourage all of the council and anyone observing this meeting to go and read that document. It is voluminous, but it has lots of data on all the issues that have been brought up in this meeting. Granted, it was through the lens of housing, but it does talk about environmental justice, does talk about some of the socioeconomic issues that the mayor has brought up in this meeting. How much did that cost? I mean, we paid 21 Elements and our housing element consultant, I'm sure, to prepare that. I'm sure it cost a lot of money, but we need to spend money if we want to get results. Now, if there's no reason we can't leverage and build upon that work to help guide what this committee will be tackling, whether it comes to, well, these are the geographic areas within each council district that are affected in these ways, and we want to redress those concerns, or have some guidance on what the main issues that a social equity committee should tackle. So, you know, we have a really strong foundation here. We have some momentum because this work is already in the public domain. I think there's no reason why we can't build off of this previously done work, but I do think that there is, like I said before, I think the way we select people to serve in solving these issues, we have to be aware of the biases that are baked into that process already. So, you know, if we don't necessarily go with this selection mechanism, maybe something a little bit less traditional than apply for the commission, be interviewed by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan.
Michael Kelly.
Good evening, everybody. Michael Kelly, still live on Kelly Lane. Just want to point out that I shared a lot about MILLBRAE ARC. The reason City Council is considering this now is because over 2 years ago, MILLBRAE ARC asked City Council to form a social equity commission. That's where the genesis of this was from. And tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the majority of MILLBRAE ARC leadership, the steering committee. And they've shared this with me, and I'm representing MILLBRAE ARC. I strongly recommend and urge City Council to disregard what the subcommittee has come up with. I believe they have not acted in good faith. They've already spent a year and a half on this. So when you hear the term 2 or 3 years, it's because we're already a year and a half into this. I believe, as does the MILLBRAE ARC Steering Committee, the reason we're even talking about this now is that each council member should appoint one representative, and they can vet it and make sure that there's this vetting process that no member gets seated if they don't see racism in MILLBRAE. They have to acknowledge they're there to serve a purpose and don't spike the commission with somebody that's just going to try to derail it. I have great concerns about how this has been slow-walked, how it's been such a lack of progress made, and we are at the opportunity to do something about it now. Martin Luther King wrote a letter from Birmingham, Alabama. When you wait, it almost always means never. And to try and say 25 people, up to 25 people, that will be an unmanageable number. Getting 7, maybe 9, have safety represented with a sheriff's representative or maybe Chief Amon, have education represented with each of the council members appointing one and making something in that line happen. The frustration is MILLBRAE deserves this, and we've dithered. And I was told by Councilmember Pappen, she didn't like the way ARC talked to them about the district elections, so social equity is going nowhere. That was a quote from her to me. I don't believe you've acted in good faith. I do believe social equity and racial justice can be accomplished in MILLBRAE, and that the commission should be formed, and then they can decide who they want to bring in and make it. And to Councilmember Fung's point, everything's political. They'll go out and they'll come up with it, and then City Council will vote on it. And you politically elected majority will make it political, irrespective of what they come with. It's still political. Everything's political. So admirable quote, and then the last few seconds, language translation. Yeah, that's important. It's laudable. Yeah, I've heard about $200,000 for forming this, $300,000 to do translation services. It just feels like this is getting buried in bureaucracy. I urge council, vote tonight to form the commission, establish the people, and then make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Vice Mayor?
There are no more in person.
No more. Okay, great. Thank you. If there is anybody in the audience at City Hall, please try to get your paperwork up to the front desk. And I'm trying to flip over to our attendees list. I'm going to go in order when the hands were raised. If Joe Teresi could please unmute himself.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Joe Teresi. I live on Bluebell Court in MILLBRAE. First of all, I'm happy that this item has come forward again and that we hope to make some actual progress here. My first reaction was a very strong reaction and puzzlement to the word citizen committee. I agree with the mayor that the word citizen is a very charged word, and that implies that we're not going to include anyone who's not a citizen, a U.S. citizen. So I think that word is absolutely the wrong word. It should be called a residence committee or a community members committee, but certainly not the use of the word citizen, please. I'm concerned that 25 is an unwieldy number of people that would be very difficult to work with. I agree that additional attributes in addition to race and age need to be included in order to form the group in such a way that it represents all of MILLBRAE. Another reaction, when I read the report, it seemed like that this group is going to get formed and then accomplish their charge, and then that's the end. Now, I heard more this evening that encourages me, but I think that this needs to be an ongoing thing. So in how it works out, I think that this can't be just a one-time thing that ends after they come up with a plan and the roadmap, but that some kind of a body needs to be in existence on an ongoing basis to continue to vet the issues and provide input to the council. The last thing I'll say is kind of a question. I was really puzzled by the idea of the selection. You talked about it being a random process and that you wanted to include people that aren't normally engaged, which sounds good, but I don't understand how that would possibly work in practice. It almost sounds like you're just going to be like calling people on the phone and say, here's an opportunity. Are you interested? And I just don't understand how folks can be identified without some kind of an application process. Otherwise, you're just like looking for a needle in a haystack. So if there's any more explanation as to what that selection process would be, I would appreciate some elaboration on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teresi. Lillian, if you could unmute and join us.
Lillian, if you could unmute.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
That was me, Mayor, but I unmuted Lillian, but she needs to unmute on her end as well.
Thank you, City Clerk. Lillian, we can't hear you if you're speaking. From our end, it still looks like you're muted. Lillian, how about I'll come back to you. We haven't forgotten you. Oh, there you go.
No, I remove her permission to talk. Do you want to go ahead and call someone else and we'll try again?
Yes, that would be lovely, City Clerk. Thank you. Joy Passamonte Henry. Go ahead, Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and council members. My name is Joy Passamonte Henry, and I live on Robin Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but hopefully representing our youth and immigrant and foreign-born community members, which is our largest population. We've had several community members ask that the council meetings are more accessible to them to make it easier for them to participate. I don't see that we've changed language access. I don't see that city calls out the caption abilities for those online who are hard of hearing and may not use Zoom often. I'm mentioning this because we need to move forward. Just sitting in on this meeting this evening on several of the agenda items, there is a clear divide on so many items. Participants sit here listening to city council members not only bicker with one another, but cut each other off. Vice Mayor Goodman said something to the effect that we voted our council members in because we know that you all are absolutely doing what is in the best interest of who voted you in. I have to say, and this is not personal because I've supported and stood by many council members, it does not feel like you're advocating for the for the community members of Millbrae. All the council members this evening address similar concerns and have the same goals, but you've said them in different ways. From the outside looking in, and this may not be true, it appears that the council wants to remain divided merely to stay divided. I invite youth to these meetings so they know they are a part of this community and should participate. I want our community to see, be proud of, and support our youth in every way they possibly can. But what example are we setting for them in the actions they are seeing from City Council? I guarantee you it does not appear to be one of collaboration. I hope that we can move forward on social equity in Millbrae, whatever you want to call it, this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Passamonte Henry. Alice?
Good evening, everyone. I personally, first of all, any committee should not be political. Once heading into the political will be political right, which is not fairly to our citizens. And then second, Millbrae, for setting those committee, what's the purpose? It serves our community majority people or service of a typical small group. For example, like our mayor saying like for low income or some people doesn't have enough serving, those is not the social equity. They have a social worker, they have a medical, they have a counselor in school, we have a public health, we have a lot of organization, and they know the law, they know the benefit from the government, from the city, from the county. So that's not those group the responsibility. They're not professional. They don't know the law. We don't want those people by volunteering and misleading other people to get in the right organization to get the right benefit. So those organizations should be non-political and also should be served only our city majority people. In that point, what's the majority people? Like me, I'm a first generation immigrant. Even English not my first dialect. I try my best to speak to the city here, but I thought many people may not be fully understand what I'm talking about because the language actions. That's why as our people living here and most of new immigrants, they don't understand English enough for their daily living basis. Why we don't mention about the language? Another hand, like our vice mayor was holding a town hall meeting and Gina was holding a town hall meeting and only 10, I think less than 20 people attend. That's why we need this different kind of election district to have minimum people to participate. Then will be really a bottom committee to serve our citizen purpose and non-political. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwong. Reggie D. Reggie, we can't hear you, but
Okay,
you
how
look
about
unmuted.
now? Can you hear me now?
Now you're coming in
All right,
great. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity this evening. I am Reggie Due. I am one of the founding members of MILLBRAE ARC. I'm on the steering committee. I live on Murchison Drive in Millbrae, California. I've been a Millbrae resident for about 22 years. And I'm going to address what Vice Mayor Goodman had said earlier. I want to just tell you, Vice Mayor, don't let your ears deceive you. This process of enacting this committee has been a 3-year process. For God's sake, it does not take 3 years to get this thing off the ground. It has been purposely slow walked by the subcommittee. And what you've heard tonight from the subcommittee is they want to extend that slow walk for maybe another 18 months. And at the same time, go into our budget for $200,000. So don't let them get you twisted on what you've heard tonight. I want to address what Councilman Cahalan said about the organization United, I believe it's called Healthy Democracy. I also looked at their website and it was absolutely underwhelming. 3 people on staff and each person had less than 2 years of experience with very, very little to show as far as what they've done for the community. And to spend $200,000 on that outside committee is absolutely insane. We have people in this community, in your room tonight, and people in the community who've been working and thinking about this for 3 years. You got the expertise right here. And so why do you want to go out and spend this money? It's absolutely insane. I want to address Mayor Schneider. I absolutely agree with you as well. And I would recommend that tonight you would thank the subcommittee for their work, for their 1.5 year work to provide this, but immediately disband them and endorse what Vice Mayor Goodman said, is having the council members themselves select 1 or 2 people from their district, just like a regular commission, vet them out, have a couple of people from the sheriff's department, from the youth, from elderly, and some advisors from council to be a part of that committee. This is not rocket science. You don't need to extend $200,000, 18 more months, and come up with a solution that you're not even sure of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey. Landley? Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Margaret Fung?
Dear
Ms.
council
Fung?
members,
Oh, there you go.
Margaret Ng on Sebastian Drive. Thank you so much for having me be available. I absolutely do not agree with the former speaker's comment. I believe that social equity is about hearing, ensuring everyone has a voice. Our government must connect with the different minority group in their language and provide language accessibility to better engage Millbrae residents and business communities. It must promote cultural diversity and civil engagement. I am an immigrant myself. I would like to see those who have a voice be truly represented. We must hear from all ethnic groups and disadvantaged groups, particularly those immigrants who work hard to integrate into our beautiful city so that they feel they belong to the city. Do you know why there's such a low turnout in city council meeting? It is because many of them don't feel that they belong to the city, and they feel that their voice is not heard. If you only have a handful of people to serve in the committee, what exactly these people represent? While we recognize social equity issue nationally, our work must focus on what is relevant to Millbrae. Recognizing 39% of our population is first-generation immigrant where English is not their native language, the city must be able to support the citizens' need of language accessibility. As we celebrate Diversity Month, we need to have the diversity in terms of committee members. So I would concur and agree with the subcommittee's recommendation of the 25 members to be represented, to bring diverse experience and meet the residents' need. Just want to give you a real life example. Last week, former Mayor Jennifer Curry called me about her elderly neighbor who doesn't speak English, lived by herself as her husband passed away a few years ago. The elderly lady left her door open for a few days. Because former mayor couldn't communicate with the elderly lady, she then called the sheriff department. Two officers went and checked on the lady, but the door remained open. Ms. Fogarty then called me up and asked if I can write few words in Chinese about her door being left open for many days. Ms. Fogarty then left a note on the neighbor's front door. As you can see, it took few challenging steps to resolve a simple matter. This is a real life example which we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. It's extremely important for our city to have that bilingual service to help our community. Please note that non-native speakers have the disadvantage due to language barrier. Whether our city is going to set up the social equity committee or not, the first and foremost priority is to provide language accessibility to the
Thank you, Ms. Fung. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dean Lan. Mr. Lan, you're still on mute.
Mr. Lan, I allow you to speak. If you could go ahead and just click on the button where you can unmute.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're coming in perfectly, Mr. Lan. I'm sorry.
Oh, great.
I give you 5 seconds back.
Okay. 4 quick points. I think that I'm not sure how this random sampling of citizens, it sounds too crazy to me. It just is, yeah. Number 2, the up to 25 people, it'll be a zoo. It's unmanageable. Number 3, I heard that leaders lead. Please lead. We elected you leaders. Please lead for us. And I'm newer to MILLBRAE, so I didn't know that this racial equity has been working for so long. Social equity and cultural inclusion is much too important to be delayed any longer. Please take action now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lan. And Lillian, I see you back. Miss Lillian? And then a few new hands came up. They've been bouncing around a little bit. Do we have Lillian and then Landley?
Lillian?
She's back on mute.
Hello? Hello?
There
Hello?
we go. We hear you. We
Yeah.
hear you, Miss Lillian.
Yeah, you hear me?
We hear you perfectly.
Oh, good. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Hello?
We hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me, right?
Yes, you're perfect.
Oh,
Very
thank you.
good.
Okay, yeah, my name is Lilian. Yeah, I need translate for service. Thank you.
Just for,
you
need translation services right now?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, 我是 Lilian。呀，我是在这个 MILLBRAE 这个 city 已经是很多年的居民。呀，我也是在这个社区做小型商业。对，就是我想说一下，我们就是作为一个居民和有一个小型商业者的这个小 owner 的一个心声哈。就我感觉我们在这里，因为我们毕竟是少数就是族裔群。那就是成员嘛，那我们就是英文肯定就不是那么好，所以在我们的生活中，包括我们的孩子、我们的校区，平时我们的一些就是生活和工作上的一些需求，我们很需要有一个就是为我们小型就是这少数族裔的这一批人员就是能给我们提供一些帮助。对，在语言上，就像我们做小型商业，我们很多想发展更多一些的东西，有时候我们不知道哪些部门可以带领我们、帮助我们去找这个突破口，所以我们就是很局限，就是在我的感觉当中。Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Miss
Wait.
Lillian, are you done? You've got more time. You're
Oh,
set?
okay.
Okay, just for the record, I believe, and City Clerk, please correct me, we will go ahead and translate that in the minutes and with the recording. And we do have on the very front page of every council agenda now, and I believe on every committee and commission's agenda, that if you need translation services and you let the city know ahead of time, we will have translation services available on that. With tonight and the subject that we have, I would ask if Councilman Fung, if he was able to take notes, who would like to give us a brief update.
Before we end, may I get Lillian's last name for the record, please?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, Lillian, what is your last name?
Okay. Oh, well, last name L.I. Lee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Fung, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you are open to it, please feel free to go ahead.
I wouldn't translate what she said. I'll wait for the official translation, but I would just thank her for her participation. 丽莲，很感谢你今天在这里发言，你的发言很重要，我们很喜欢，也很感谢你的发言。
Is there someone that could paraphrase what was said for the benefit for her making the comment to the council and at least allow us to the benefit of, you know,
I can try to paraphrase it.
Yeah, thank you.
It's basically Lillian said she's a first-generation immigrant, and she speaks Chinese, and she's also a small business owner here in Millbrae. And she sees the need of us as a city to provide services to small business owners in the various different departments where they can get help from, and also education for our children as well. It's the multilingual access would be important for our immigrant community. That's the nexus of what she said.
Thank you, and thank you, Lillian.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and thank you, Councilman Fung. All right, Mr. Landley, or Miss Landley, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Landley. I'm live in Frontier.
Landley, excuse me, you're coming in really quietly. Is there a way to increase the volume at your end?
Oh, do you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay.
We can restart the clock, or I'll just give you an extra 20 seconds.
Okay, my name is Landley. I'm live in Frontier Way in MILLBRAE. Social equity is about ensure everyone has a voice. Our government must connect with different minority group in their language and provide language assistance to a better engage with the MILLBRAE resident and the business community. It's most promote cultural diversity and civil engagement. I am an Asian immigrant myself. I would like to see those who don't have a voice and truly represent particularly the immigrants who work hard to into our city. Please make the right decision for the decision to the oh, sorry.
You're doing great. No worries.
Okay.
You've got plenty of time.
Okay, thank you.
Langley, may I get your last name for the record, please?
Ing.
Ing, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional hands raised. City Clerk or Vice Mayor, did we get any other people in public, in person?
No.
Okay, closing public comment and bringing it back to council. And so we've got the recommendation of the subcommittee. We've heard from pretty much everyone. I believe it is time to act. I would love it if a council member would make a motion to go ahead and create.
Clarify, please.
I'm sorry?
Can we clarify some points for the record, please?
Absolutely. Can I finish my comments? I would love someone to start preparing a motion, having heard what we've heard. I understand Councilwoman Pappen wants to clarify some points. That will happen next, but we are looking at, it is 10 o'clock, so we will have to ask for an extension, and we've got 4 more agenda items. So go ahead, Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the record, the subcommittee was tasked with specific items. And again, we went back and listened very carefully as to what they were tasked to do. And the subcommittee has made a recommendation for the committee here. The language issue, again, we've had 2 meetings now where translations were promised to us and we've never received them. So it's problematic. We've had public speakers who have spoken to us. We were assured that we would get the translations. I have yet to see them. So this is a problem. I know our upcoming council meeting, we are going to try some new technology so that people can be understood, whatever language they are speaking. What's the name of the company?
Worldly.
So we are acting on that immediately, and it was the recommendation, my recommendation, we move up the caption to the beginning if you need translation. Sometimes people don't realize they need it till the last minute. So the language issue is extremely important to this council, and we are acting on that immediately. Hopefully this new technology will work, because it is vital to this whole process that we understand what all of our residents are saying here. Again, I don't think people should be, so the city staff came up with terminology, and I get it. Okay, residents committee, not citizens committee, and the census does not refer to, citizens. They count everyone within the boundaries of a specific jurisdiction. The city manager said 18 months. We have clearly said we want this committee assembled as quickly as possible to address certain issues. I do have a problem with some members saying empowered to speak. We are trying to reach the people who don't feel empowered to speak, who are not commonly here, who feel bullied every time they come to speak here in public or they speak on Zoom, because they do feel bullied. If you, and one person said, if you don't say this or you don't agree with this specific thing, then you are not, should not be considered in this process. We are trying to reach people. This committee at one council meeting said, don't make it political. Now you are seriously selecting specific people from jurisdictions here to fit into certain boxes, to really, it becomes very much political. We get it, that the committee needs to be assembled. That's why the recommendation was made in such a way. So, if this council decides, hey, we're just going to go with, we're going to pick 3 people from every jurisdiction, we clearly, it kind of goes against what you all been saying here, that you need someone from this part, this part, this part, this part. If everybody gets the same people from their district, and some of us were elected citywide, so what does that mean? We're not limited to a district. So it just, when putting these pieces together here, the idea is to represent the city. No one questions whether we need this committee here. That's been decided. We want this committee. We want it to go into play as quickly as possible here. But saying at one point you don't want it political, and then saying that, hey, everybody just pick here, it's not going to be representative of the city that we're trying to reach here. And you cannot, again, assume you're just going to speak for this. The people who really decide things here are the people that live here. Citizens, not citizens, male, female, different groups here. It's important that we have that diversity. And just to say, pick a group here, I think that denies the diversity and the representation of our residents. So I'm concerned. I want this committee to be enacted as quickly as possible. The recommendation of the council was such that this company really represents reaches out into your community in such a way that you get the people. You get the people. We don't pick the people. We don't set them up here because that becomes very political. We need to get to the people. We need to, as the committee has, as the council has said, we want you to address these issues. And that was the recommendation of the subcommittee. And I've got to point out here too, you talk to South City, it's not a process that was like this. They went through a 2-year, 3-year process to get where they are. So we cannot think that, oh, hey, this is being slowballed. It's not being slowballed. There was a decision here tonight. Establish a committee. The recommendation was presented so that the committee can be established and that all the issues that were presented here for the record can be a part of that process. Was the subcommittee, was the report by the city council perfect? No, far from it. We note that these things need to be addressed. That's why the council's here, transparency. That's why we talk about these things in public. We need to be better. We want results. I'm just as impatient here as you are. Let's get to it. Let's make this recommendation. Let's get a committee together here. But again, if the council has actually changed what they asked for and they want to do, you know, you pick this people, I don't think we're going to get a pure result here. And I don't think the people of MILLBRAE are going to be heard. I think you're just going to get the same groups saying that this is what everybody wants. And again, several of the callers have pointed out that they want to be heard. And they may speak a different language and they may be a part of a different group here. But are we saying that you're not going to be heard? Because, you know, this is not going to be done in such a way. You can either do it the completely political way, which has been suggested, or you can do it in such a way where the people and residents of MILLBRAE are truly heard, authentically heard, and they don't feel threatened and they don't feel bullied, but they're going to tell you what they think of how this committee should act and do. And I do think that that's important. That's what was recommended. I understand the sensitivity, but please note, there were misrepresentations tonight as to 18 months, 2 years, 25. That's not what should stop.
I appreciate your comments. It is 10:17. We're going to have to ask for a meeting extension. And I appreciate what you have said and thank you. I'm going to bring it back, Council. There has to be a motion. I hear Councilwoman Pappen for staying with the recommendation that was written on the recommendation sheet. I cannot vote for that recommendation. I would appreciate if there was a recommendation. I believe Vice Mayor said it could be a committee. I think what he said was more of a commission or committee of 11. Let me stop using the term committee commission. A commission, 11, one appointment from each district. And then that would leave, come on, Ann, 5 from 11, 6 that fit specific function areas to make sure that we have language transition that works, to make sure that we have a policing component, to make sure we have a young person component on that. But I think we need to go ahead and create the commission, create a size, assign 2 council members as liaison to this committee. They will flesh out the structure a little bit more. I think the discussion of using this focus group to get 25 or 10 members, it doesn't mean that once a commission is chosen, if one of their tasks is to come up with better ways to reach out to the community that feels like they can't come to speak to us or can't do it because they've got to get kids to bed, or they can't drive in the dark, whatever. Part of the task can be to identify how we reach the communities that are not speaking to us. And the members on this commission, as every committee, is there to listen to the public, but they may be tasked to find better ways to provide public access and whatever those ways might be. And it's beyond language on that. We learned through COVID that the best thing, one of the best things about virtual is that parents with kids that are in bed or need dinner can still participate, that seniors who don't drive in the dark can still participate. I would like to think that one of the functions would be to look at all of our population and figure out how to make government more accessible. But that's a task for the commission to work on, not for a committee of people who I kind of go back to what Mr. Land said, or someone else said, how would you even, you're going to call them and say, hey, do you want to be on this committee? I don't understand that. I don't think it's going to work. So if there is a council member who agrees with me, please make a motion.
Mayor, can I just say a few things here? Because I need to bring this back as a city manager to say everything that you said. If you want 11-member committee, and I just want the city council as you're formulating your motion, that costs money, that costs time. And I think in healthy democracy, and maybe 25 is too many, I don't know, I'm just gonna take the direction of the council. But I need the council to know that if it's 5 members selected and then 6 members selected with all of the categories you have suggested, that takes time and that costs money. And so just please keep that in mind, and based on the motion and the recommendation, my obligation then is the fiscal responsibility, because this city has been managed on budget and on schedule. I need to look you in the eye and say, this is what it's going to cost and this is what the time is. We have to put reality to it. We can't just sit here and say, we'll go do it. Right. My job is to tell you what it's going to take. And sometimes that's a tough discussion. If $200,000 is more, let's change the scope. And I think that may be the recommendation tonight. So let's bring that down and get to where we need to go. But please let me then tell you, based on all of the other work we did that's not on the staff report, all the analysis that we did, what the reality is of fiscal and time.
Right.
So thank you.
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, and Madam Mayor, I just want to be very specific here. It's not like that's not what democracy does here, is that they reach out to the public with a questionnaire, with a whole bunch of different outreach here, that you are not just picking someone off the street.
I understand.
So please, it was overly
Truly,
simplified, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I do, and I think that the commission can choose, or they bring it back to council for whichever consultants. I do not think that this is going to come free on that, but I think the commission gives us a structure and a place for the public to go and speak instead of just at council meetings. And I think we need to move forward, as it has been years, and this is taking up staff time now. And let's just make a decision tonight. Let's move forward. You've heard, and if we do the commission, it is giving everybody who wants to have better language skills. I worry about that woman, the elderly lady at her home that had a health check and the officer couldn't, or the deputy couldn't speak that language. But how will we make sure that we always have deputies that can speak every language? That's something this commission can work on. I think it's an incredibly good story that Ms. Fung gave, a very important story. But let the commission hear all the levels of detail of work that we need to have done. Make sure that we've got a deputy or a sheriff appointee on this committee on that, and let's move forward. Let's get moving forward on that. Vice Mayor.
Yes, there's so many things I would like to touch on, but for the sake of time, I have one comment, and that's to the city manager. Your comment about the committee and costing money, how does that, I mean, I'm trying to understand what the rationale behind that comment is based on the $200,000. So are you saying if we don't go in that direction and say, hey, let's allow the council to create a committee of 6 or 11, that's going to cost us additional money outside of 200,000, or it's going to go over that 200,000, or since we're paying it to someone on the outside, we'd rather do that versus having staff endure that cost?
No, the opposite is going to be much cheaper.
Oh, okay. So you were making, okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I was saying. And then put reality to, then if it's 6 members and then the council says we want them to have all these qualifications, that is going to, but
Okay.
it's not going to be $200,000. It's
Right.
going to be much cheaper.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But there is a cost to it.
I don't know if you're. Thank you, I appreciate it.
No,
And
no,
in terms, Vice
one
Mayor,
of those
my
nights
comment
it's like confusion.
is if we can get 3 votes for a commission, then we can talk about size. I liked what I heard of people saying, representing certain functional areas like the sheriff's department. We know one of the things that we have to do, even just with the social health call. So it's not just a person having a mental episode. I'm sorry if I'm not using the correct term. There's a lot of things we need to look at our policing. We do have to make sure that I mean, let's take it down to a health call, a heart attack. Are we serving people with a heart attack properly? Do we have programs in that in terms of language? I've already mentioned food, but I think the commission can do that. If we can get 3 votes for that, we can move forward. And it would be nice. We have to have an odd number. And I am open to the odd number, whatever the odd number may be. I think it might need to be bigger than a 5-person commission. It could be 7, it could be 9, it could be 11.
Madam Mayor, if
I have a question.
I mean, just what you mentioned there. I've talked to Sheriff Corpus already as to exactly what you have mentioned. The sheriff is in the process. The city of San Mateo already started something just like that, where people can register if you have a resident who might have Alzheimer's or you have a child with special needs. You can actually confidentially register with law enforcement so that they know when they are responding more of what they're dealing with. I think it's a care program of some sort. So that Sheriff Corpus is really actually working in that realm, just to let you know. However you're going to make the motion tonight, though, I think you need to be more specific so that we are covering, as was noted, our diverse population. And I'm not sure how you go about that, but I do think you need to be very specific in order to achieve the goal. And I'm seeing more of a delay in what's being proposed. So I don't have the answer, but we do want to move in the right direction. It's committed to that. So if the rest of the council, if you have an idea here, we just don't want to see more delays, as was clearly stated here. But if you're asking now, I'm hearing, ask the city council, come up with a specific number, come up with a specific demographic. I mean, that's why the recommendation was made for a professional group.
Again, it's almost 10:30 now. I'll go ahead and make a number then, if no one's going to step up. And I can't see your faces. All I see is all of you in a little box. Vice Mayor, go ahead, and then Councilman Fung.
Oh, Councilmember Fung had his hand raised. Putting mine down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Fung.
We've had several meetings to discuss this issue in terms of what we want as a council. This committee, commission, however you call it, needs to, how it should be established. And I think there has already been a consensus in the previous meeting that this needs to be a non-political process. We've discussed this over and over and over again. That's why the council subcommittee, meaning Councilmember Pappen and myself, went to work to specifically craft out a process at which this committee can be established in a process that is non-political. And yet it seems like tonight the discussion is going back to just appoint somebody. And I was very clear that the very process of politically appointing somebody to be on this committee is political itself, which is directly contradiction to the agreement we had in previous meetings. Again, one more thing. We wanted to draw from our residents in terms of their life experience and what their feelings were, what their experiences were. Especially we have a sizable ethnic community, immigrant community, folks who may not speak English as their first language, who has yet to be heard, who try so hard just to participate. And yet we know for sure, for a fact, that these language accessibility is an important piece in our city. Drawing from a sizable group of 25 as recommended by the Councilmember Pepin and myself, there are purposes and then there are reasons why we do that. It's based on the directions and the discussion we have leading up to tonight in dealing with the issues that are at hand and how to achieve more inclusivity and equity in everything that we do in our city, because it's not a one thing that we have to do, not a two thing that we need to do. This committee that we have, that we are able to establish as part of this healthy democracy is to recommend all the things that we do within our city, how to bring about more inclusivity and equity to everything we do. We just heard from a public speaker who was speaking Mandarin Chinese, saying how valuable that would be if we can speak additional languages to help business owners to be more engaging with our city and help them with more services, better services, so they can be more productive. And that also means more inclusive and more successful for our city. And that's why this subcommittee made the recommendation that it did. We didn't just pull it out of a hat. You know, Councilmember Pepin and I spent a tremendous amount of time, including, you know, city manager as well. I don't mean to omit you there. That's why we came up with the recommendations that are in front of all of you tonight. So I implore the council not to take this lightly. And that is a lot of thoughts and work has gone into this. And for the very reason and very discussions that we've had throughout the months leading up to this. And that's where we are tonight. So, I mean, obviously the council is going to do what the council is going to do, like it has been. But this recommendation is the result of all the discussion we have leading up to this for months. This is not a slow walk. This is not a delay, as some might have articulated, as some might have articulated a moment ago. This is real work and real progress that we're trying to make here. It is my belief that this is what the city needs. As we just celebrated Diversity Month and celebrated the fact that nearly 40% of our city is first-generation immigrant, and over 70% of our population are community of color.
Thank you, Mr. Fung. Councilman Cahalan. Councilwoman?
Yes, sorry, I have so many thoughts and I'm gonna try and be articulate here. You know, I'm feeling very torn. It's really sad to me how divisive this has become, how political this has become. I think we all agree and we all want this. And finding the way together to get there. It's disappointing that it's so challenging. I greatly hear the need to find an independent way so that there is trust when this committee is created and that we have buy-in from the community. You know, maybe if we looked at this from, we just get the committee created, we use healthy democracy to do that at a much smaller budget with a very specific time frame and find out what that is. And then we set the charge or work with the committee to set the charge moving forward once it's created. Or another avenue is working as a team to select residents like we would any other new commission, with very clear guidelines and criteria of what we want that body to look like and who we want to be on it. And not just each of us picking one or two people, but working together to ensure across applicants from the different districts and making that selection together as an overall group that we meet those overall criteria that we all want. And it can be an experience for us to have that team building, to work together, to show the community that we can do this together and build that trust among each other and with the community. Yeah.
Before I call on the Vice Mayor, Councilman Cahalan, I like that. I appreciate your comments. I like the comment of maybe what we need is a study session. City Manager, tell me if I'm in the right place to look at, and I'm going to be honest, I have talked to the city manager and it may come up in goal setting that many of our committees and commissions might need to be evaluated and looking at their work plans and making sure that we're getting, quality work that improves MILLBRAE. But maybe we need a study session to talk about the skill sets. It's not just what color you are, it's the skill sets and what your life experiences could bring to this committee. City Manager, if we approved a commission tonight with, I'm just picking a number because I'm still not hearing a number. I'm going to pick 11. That's the same size, I believe, as our sister city commission. It would make it equal to one of our existing commissions on that. And we've never had a commission, but we did. The Youth Advisory Committee used to be at 13 or 15 and could never get quorum. We still might have a quorum issue at 11, but let's just use 11 for argument. If we agreed tonight on establishment of a commission with a set number, and then we have a study session to talk about what would be the, should there be a young person on the committee? Should there be a deputy? Should there be someone who's a professional in the field of building equity into government agencies, whatever it might be, but we have a study session to talk about that? Is that a doable thing, City Manager? I'm just trying to move us forward here.
No, Mayor, I know, but I think this, forget about time. I think this merits this discussion. I think what you said, and again, maybe it wasn't written in the staff report in detail, that's what healthy democracy does. That is why we don't have to go out for an RFP because, and I've talked to the city attorney about this and they've reviewed it, they provide special expertise that other firms do not. And since they do provide the specialized expertise, and they're a national and international company that does this, exactly what you said is what they provide. If budget is an issue, if time is an issue, maybe a totally different way of doing this is maybe get the firm from Oakland, EJ Solutions, and have them come in and consult and provide their expertise and provide direction that maybe we're floundering this evening because there's a lot of different ideas. And we provide focus and maybe have a study session with the city council and bring in a consultant with the specialized expertise that may be able to assist and further point, not only the council, but perhaps, the community in the direction. I made a note here and it's just kind of.
City Manager, I'm sorry, it's getting really late and I am going to have to ask for an extension. I appreciate what you just said. I would flip it a little bit saying, let's create the commission tonight, let's set a number, and then let them come in before we actually choose the representatives. Or the other way to do it is we choose representatives for a year. We give them a short-term year. We see what works.
Madam Mayor, can I make a motion?
Council evaluates what are we actually getting to all of the social equity issues with that current makeup, or do we need to make adjustments there? But we give everybody a one-year term on that. There's many ways that we can approach that. But tonight,
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion, please?
I want a commission done and I want to move forward.
May I make a motion?
So I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the council formalizes the Social Equity and Cultural Inclusion Commission with 2 council member liaisons as ex-official members. The commission members be set at 11 with an inclusive and open process, working with a partner to guide the commission
in the creation, implementation, and evaluation of bylaws, the mission, and a work plan. And if you'd like, I can add the one-year term.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would second that. I have one question, though. We have the MILLBRAE Cultural Arts Advisory Committee, and then we have the very active MILLBRAE Cultural Committee. The term cultural is getting used, and I think it creates quite a bit of confusion in the community. Do we need cultural in it? In which place?
I was just
You know,
using
I
the
think
words
the
that
Arts
were used in the
Commission-
agenda item. So
I'm sorry?
I said, I don't need to, we can wordsmith it, but I'm not married to that. I got it off of the agenda item. So it could be the social.
Okay, it's just
Clarify.
when the public talks to me, the word culture, I would love to have it here, and maybe it means we adjust the Cultural Arts Committee, but we're just using that word a lot in terms of our committee names. So we've got a motion and a second.
Need clarification, please?
Okay, I thought I saw Councilwoman Cahalan's hand. And then
It was
Councilwoman Pappen.
Councilwoman Pappen.
Oh, Councilwoman Pappen.
The Vice Mayor said work with, what was that statement?
The commission will work with, and I specifically used partner, because that could be the name of the company that's presented tonight. If there can be a lower budget, it could be the Oakland Group, or it could be, like I mentioned, a partner with one of our local corporations or the colleges or something like that. But it won't be up for us to argue and fight about tonight. It will be the charge of the committee to choose someone that will help create, that's obviously qualified to assist in the creation, the implementation, and evaluation of bylaws, the mission, and the work plan. And if you have those two things, the bylaws and a mission, I think we can alleviate some of the issues around politicizing. If there's us creating a criteria for that commission. If we are making the appointment and it's an open process, we will be held accountable and called out by the public, and making sure that we are not making these appointments political. And so.
So you're saying every council member is a part of the process?
Yeah, I think it
for
would
the
be just like
11?
any process. I think if we're
Wait,
going.
wait, I'm sorry, you're mentioning a subcommittee, then you're mentioning the count. I just need clarification here. Is the entire council going to be a part of the 11
Appointment of
selection?
the selection, yes.
Okay.
And so if we have 11 qualified, obviously we'd vet that out. I don't know exactly how the process is currently for individuals being vetted. But if there's a commitment that I support the mission and the bylaws of the Social Equity Commission, I don't think we'll have the problem of it being political because they're aligned. I think we will have that accountability on us to make sure we make appointments that reflect that. And the onus is back on us, not us passing the buck for another group to decide. We can point our fingers, well, it wasn't us, it was them that made the appointment. And so I think the onus should be on us. If we make bad appointments, we should ask that the public hold us accountable because we're elected to do that. And so, yes, that's what I would be asking.
And then I don't think the democracy, whatever, is used for that purpose. It would have to be looking at, I do
We
think
can
you
look
need a
at it anyway.
professional.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be for us to decide. It would be this small group of individuals working with a limited scope to find a partner, to create a partner in a relationship that will help us through this process. They may do the exact same thing at a lower cost. They may do the exact same thing as an in-kind donation to our city from a corporation. It could be a multitude of things. But I think once we come back, once this subcommittee or this commission comes back to this body with a budget, we can go from there. Just like every other commission when they come back to the council with a work plan and a budget.
So we want to keep this moving.
Yes.
So I just need clarification here. So if you get this subcommittee assembled by members of the council here, and then a professional, I mean, in order to keep it moving, I think we need to identify that the committee will have a budget and they will seek the professionals, whether it is this group from Oakland or something. I mean, we want to keep this moving with professional guidance here. So how do we word it in such a way?
I didn't want to touch on that, but I would say make the appointment of the 2 council liaisons tonight and with a budget not to exceed $100,000.
And
I second that.
again, the lead, could you clarify it for me? The 2,
Just like every other commission or committee has 2 council member liaisons, those individuals will be appointed tonight. That's why we got here, I think, because this was on the agenda back in January.
So just to be clear, what is being proposed in the staff report by the current subcommittee between Councilmember Pepin and myself is to do almost just that, except the only difference is between 25 to 11 and a budget amount.
No, there's actually another difference, Councilman Fung. Yours is to create a committee, do some work, and then come back and decide if a permanent committee is needed. We are establishing a permanent committee.
Well, we have a
Period.
motion and a second, so if we want to keep the focus on either wordsmithing that or making amendments to that motion, that's what we should entertain.
And the very...
And just a point of order, City Manager, it is 10:45. Do I need to put a break in here and do we need to have a motion to extend? We have 4 additional agenda items. My City Manager, they're all important. They're all things. 3 of them have to be done tonight. 4 of them all have to be done tonight. We're going to need an extension of at least an hour. We can keep, we
Mayor,
can try to make this perfect, or we've got a motion and a second with some clarification for the Councilwoman Pappen with the 2 liaisons. In this case, it wouldn't be a liaison and an alternate. They would be 2 active liaisons and a budget of 100,000, something none of our committees and commissions have. So they're starting off with something where our other ones do. So I think that's a great step forward.
How does
How-
2
how is-
liaisons work with the Brown Act?
And how is that different from the current proposal that is on the staff report, except the budget is from 200 to 100,000 and from 25 to 11?
So if it's the same,
You got it.
make sure you support
You got it. You got it. Thank you,
No,
Councilman.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I am
If
sorry.
I can,
people.
there's-
Madam Mayor, we're asked to vote on something. We are asking
I'm
for
waiting to hear from the
clarification.
City Manager
And Mayor,
about a vote
I don't think we can
extension.
compare this committee to other committees because this is a charge very much like a general plan committee, coming up with a plan and identifying things. So until that plan is evolved and then that committee is sustained and moving forward, there needs to be an allocation of a budget to develop that plan. I mean, we're starting, and just as a general plan or a specific plan, that's how this should be looked at.
Okay, I think the mayor's
So
looking
thank
for a
you, City
motion to
Manager. City
extend.
Manager, I'm sorry, my meeting. It's 10:47. Do we need a vote right now to extend the meeting for 1 hour? I need a motion and a second for that.
I can make
If
that
not, I will
motion to
make the
extend for an
motion.
hour.
Second.
Thank you. That was Councilwoman Pappen and Councilwoman Cahalan. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
yes.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The meeting is extended to midnight by a vote of 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now, keep in mind, we've got a motion and a second. We're in discussion, and we've got 4 critical agenda items that have to be done tonight. So,
I got my hands up.
how much more do we need to hear? Vice Mayor or City Clerk, could you read back the motion?
Before
Because I
that,
thought it was
we
pretty
have
clear.
we have a hand raised by Councilmember
Okay.
Fung.
Councilman Fung?
So this motion is a step backward from what the subcommittee had recommended. The subcommittee had already recommended a budget, a formation method that will safeguard the appointment of these committee members to be independent and that truly represents the community, whereas this current motion will set us backward. It gives us less safeguard to protect this committee from being political. And then I would say the current proposal we have on the staff report, which took months of work, could be amended to reduce the amount of participant with a reduced budget, but yet remain the safeguard of how community members are generated so that it truly represents the community. Whereas the current motions on the floor right now was actually going backward.
If I may.
Okay,
If
no,
we
hold
look at
on,
the
Councilman
actual-
Fung. Councilman, hold on, Ms. Pappen. Councilman
It's not
Fung,
me, it
I
was
hear you,
Cahalan.
It's
and
Ms.
I
Cahalan.
disagree with you. Hold on. I've got hands raised. So, and I get to speak too. We've got Councilman Fung has spoken, Councilman Cahalan, Councilman Pappen, is your hand raised?
No, Councilmember Cahalan is trying to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was Pappen. My apologies. Go ahead, Councilwoman Cahalan.
No, I was just gonna say, if we look at the actual recommendation that we would vote on, a lot of these details that are in the recommendation that Vice Mayor Goodman just stated are not in there. So in the staff report is the demographics, and the staff report is the budget, is the named organizations, but in the actual voting item, we don't have that there. So I think we're just trying to add in those clarifying details. Is that correct?
Yes,
As
and
part of
just, for me, there's a philosophical differences when we're talking about equity and representation. And we're expecting individuals that have never been empowered, as they say, to speak, and somehow we're gonna empower them through this magical process. And all I'm saying is a process that goes out and seeks the usual suspects will only yield the usual suspects. That's all. And so that's why I'm saying that it's just inherently flawed to me unless there's something that I'm not seeing in the process that they are saying that they would use. Because if you're an individual within a community that has not been empowered to speak, not been empowered and been disenfranchised in every aspect of the definition, this group has not said a magical way how they're going to get these individuals to be a part of a process.
Well,
So that's all. But that's the only
definition.
statement.
That's the definition of their company
Right,
profile that's
I
been
get it.
proven in many jurisdictions.
With
That's
6
why
years,
they
with
were
collectively-
recommended
Right, with
as
collectively
such
6 years
here.
of experience.
Well, it's proven by many different jurisdictions here, but my concern is the same here, is that we do want to empower people within the community and not the usual suspects, because we have already heard from the public that many people feel threatened by even coming to a council and speaking up here. So that's why the recommendation was made here. If the suggestion is to then reduce the budget, but still, again, the goal was, let's get a committee set up. The recommendation was to do that in such a way which is not political. What I'm concerned about, Madam Mayor, please, what I'm concerned about was the motion as it stands now is that the council picks certain number of people, that then 2 liaisons work with the 11, and you still have to go get a group a professional group with a budget, a modified budget of 100,000. And I do think that's setting us back time-wise, because by the time the council members suggest whomever they feel will add to this process, and then what if, I just don't think we get the diversity that we need to address these issues and the concerns that the public has presented.
Ms. Pappen, if I may, I
Thank
have
you.
a suggestion.
No, hold on, Mr. Fung, hold on. Vice Mayor Goodman, would you agree to add to the motion that the appointees would serve for 1 year, and at 9 months into the year, they would evaluate if they are clearly allowing access to our diverse population?
Say that again?
I'm
sorry.
I trust you. You're such a great wordsmith. That we add that the commissioners will serve for a term of 1 year. So let's say June 30th, 2024. 3 months before that, so April 2024, they will evaluate and bring to council, have they been effective in trying to bring new voices in or finding new pathways to allow new voices to communicate and to be heard, and to get the concerns that the people that have not been heard, to have that process in. That would be an evaluation in March of 2024. And then we adjust the commission before the next fiscal year 24-25. And we keep moving forward, but at least the commissioners will begin to work on that. It's easier to just say, give them a 1-year task to do these things. They'll figure out which consulting firm they want.
Or a partner.
Otherwise,
Or a
we've
partner,
got
not necessarily
our
a firm.
subcommittee arguing one way, we've got a motion and a second, and it's almost midnight.
And I think, try to be as respectful as I can. What I'm seeing is us clamoring over each other to be right versus trying to work together collectively, because each and every single one of us is saying the same thing when it comes to, do we want this commission? The answer is yes. How we get there, we want to argue and fight about that. We shouldn't get that granular. This can be done. It has been done. It's continually being done every single day. Let's make a decision, charge the 2 individuals from this council to work with city staff to move this forward. We're saying we don't want to sit on this. We don't want this to stop. We want to move this forward. So as fast as the city staff or an individual could work with the 2 individuals to move this forward, to get someone on board as a partner, to get someone on board to make sure we as a council are educated on how to best make these appointments within a month, within 2 months. We make those appointments. Those individuals serve for a year. If that's what we want, if we want them to serve for 2 years, we can have that discussion at that time. But right now, we need to act. We should not be getting so granular in the weeds of saying how we do something. The motion should not say how to that point, what we should be doing and how we should be doing it and what do we do in 6 months and 12 months. Let's make the decision. Let's move forward as a group because it's in the benefit of our community. We will, as a council, be communicated and educated on how we best make this process. I guarantee it. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't vote for it when it comes up. But we just have to trust each other and trust our staff that we will have the right information, the right partner that will make sure we are doing what's best for our community. So can we call a question?
My hand's up, please.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Fung, one more time, then we're calling the question.
So,
Go ahead.
So I would fundamentally agree with almost everything that you just said, Mr. Goodman, except that what you propose in the motion, the 11-member, a $200,000 budget, I wouldn't even agree with that. So long as we continue to make progress, like you said. As a city, we all saying we want this commission moving forward. And I would even agree with that. I would even vote for that. The key here is that we got to move forward, not backward. And the committee or commission needs to look like the people it tries to serve. So therefore, we put in that safeguard to make sure this group is randomly selected by this nonprofit organization, a nonprofit organization. And the selection process will ensure that.
Councilman?
Yes, I'm getting there, Madam Mayor.
That's not the motion.
Make sure that the
If you're
selection.
commenting on the motion,
Make sure, that's the amendment that I'm making, that I'm proposing, and I'm hoping to get 3 votes out of it because I'm trying to agree to bring the council together because I heard that, because the point here is to bring folks together, Madam Mayor. So.
I don't accept what you're saying.
That's okay.
I don't know if the maker
I understand you don't accept it, but if you can let me finish, because I think the people needs to hear it, is that I would add to the motion that it need to be selected randomly, just like how it was being described in the staff report with a $100,000 budget, 11-member, and the selection process needs to implement the demographic and the statistics shown on the staff report so that it can properly represent our city. Because we said, and we agreed previously, that it needs to be apolitical, and the safeguard to ensure that this is implemented without politics is that random process.
Councilman Fung, I appreciate your passion, but the question has been called and you're actually asking for an amendment to the motion. So
Yes,
City
I
Clerk,
am.
could you please call the vote? Calling the vote.
Mr. Vice
had
Mayor,
already
would
been.
you
It
not
was a
agree to
privilege to
that?
give you one more hand
Yeah,
raised. City Clerk, please call the vote.
but we need a point of clarification, a legal point of
You
clarification.
can make an amendment if
Yes.
there's no second, I mean, before the vote.
Sure.
Unless you have a 2/3 vote to close debate.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it, but I'm still, where are we? If that's seconded, where are we? Let's just say that.
So let me be
I think-
clear.
yeah.
Let me be clear, right?
I think right now,
Let me be
he
clear.
wants to make an amendment. You seconded the amendment. It would be up to the first and second to be able to accept that amendment. But I also think he should be allowed the opportunity to speak. And if we are here till 1 o'clock in the morning, I think Councilmember Fung deserves a right to be able to speak and exhaust his argument. That's
And I
all.
appreciate that. My amendment is to extend and build upon the first motion that you make, Vice Mayor, is to establish an 11-member commission with a $100,000 budget, right? And work with a nonprofit organization to come up with the bylaw and the charter and the work plan. If I'm hearing you correctly, is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, the additional amendment is to, knowing the fact that we had already previously discussed and agreed that this need to be non-political, therefore we put in the safeguard to ensure that selection process is random sample throughout the entire city, and that the committee that will end up being selected needs to reflect the demographic and the population statistics being shown on the staff report. So that goes up steps beyond the original motion that you made without continue to implement the work that the subcommittee has already done with those safeguards. And I hope we will get 3 votes so that we can move this forward together.
And my response to that would be that the only thing that would be non-political would be the selection process, not the individuals that are selected. And then let me finish, please.
Okay.
And so that's the only thing that would be non-political, would be that selection. The individuals can be as political as they want. So, I mean, if you say, okay, and then not to mention the staff report that you identified, where would that leave the others that are on that? Are we saying, oh, only the top 5 individuals or groups that are identified in that staff report that you keep holding up will be responsive, reflective in that committee? What about, like I said, the LGBTQ plus community? What about the disabled community? So it's just a matter of making sure that we, as a council, looking at 10, 15, 20 individuals, if there's 20 individuals, because we couldn't even get more than 1 individual to run against me when I ran. So we're talking about representation, so we just got to understand that. So if we have 20 individuals in here, 30 individuals in front of us, it would be incumbent on us as leaders to make sure that we're representing the expectations that we have and representing our community. And there's a saying in my community that all kinfolk ain't, or all skin folk ain't your kinfolks. So just because you look like me don't mean you're going to act in my best interest. So we can't go off of just what someone looks like. And so if someone comes here and they're saying, hey, I'm signed up and I'm hook, line, and sinker in on this mission of this committee, that's our charge. And we should own that. And we should do that, and we should stand on it and be proud of it and demand that the community hold us accountable. They're going to hold me accountable in 4 years. Some are going to be held accountable in 2 years. That's what we do. That's the democracy aspect. So that's the reason why I push back on accepting that amendment. And so it's not that I want to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. I really believe that that should be our responsibility guided by individuals within our community that can educate us along the way in the presence of our community on how we make the selection. And we should stand on that and own it.
I'd like to respond to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why we said up to 25 at the very beginning. So that, and then I would even agree with you on what you mentioned a moment ago. What about the LGBTQ plus community? What about those who are disabled, right? What about the renters, right, versus homeowners? How are they being represented here? I mean, building a sizable group is the only way for us to ensure everybody has an opportunity. Drawing from every one of those in that group to make sure everybody's represented appropriately. The very comment that you made validated the reason what this Councilmember Pepin and I have done, is to recommend a sizable group of 25 to ensure all these folks can be included in this committee. Now, and one more thing I want to address, accountability and the process of appointment being non-political. That's the essence of ensuring that this is a non-political process and that the folks being selected truly represent the community's voices. We don't get to choose who serve on that committee. It's randomly sampled based on the statistics of the city. And the statistics can certainly be expanded, including, like we just talked about, right? LGBTQ plus, disability, renters, so on and so forth. And we can discuss what other metrics can be put in to ensure there's a fair and equitable representation of everyone. And I would agree with that as well. So, and that's the nexus of the recommendation that Councilmember Pepin and I had brought forth. Now, you said you don't want 25, so we agreed to 11. But you just said we need all these folks to be represented as well. So to ensure that happens, we need people. That's not mischaracterization.
That is, because
that's the purpose of the recommendation.
Right, but right after I said that, I said it's not about anything other than believing in the spirit, in the mission of that committee. So whether there's 10 or there's 25, I'd rather have 10 individuals that are aligned with the mission than have 25 that might be iffy. So that's what I'm saying. And then also we said about that process being manageable. Managing a committee of 25 people when we're talking about quorum and being able to have meetings, that's important to consider. And so it's not just about a number and fixing the number. What it's about is us listening to each other and not trying to one-up each other, but really focusing on the business at hand. And the business at hand is we were elected. So we should be able to create a transparent process in front of our residents for them to say that all 5 of my council members hear me. I don't have to be LGBTQ plus to speak up for LGBTQ plus.
Correct.
I don't have to be Asian to speak up for my Asian brothers and sisters.
Absolutely.
And so that's what we have to be mindful of, that we don't have to push this off on someone else, on this other agency or this other group to pick our individuals so we can say, hey, it's not us. We didn't do it. It was clear. But guess what? As I said before, garbage in, garbage out. So, I mean, if we want it to be random just like them, we can assign the city the responsibility to take all the appointments in and code them under race, under age, under everything, put everything in a hat, and we can pick individuals. That would be random. And guess what? It wouldn't cost $100,000. So my concern is just like, why the focus on this one agency versus saying, hey, look at everything around us, the best practices, the individuals. And so that's why my motion speaks to that, at us creating a partnership with someone. Not a nonprofit agency, but a partnership.
That's why my amendment said we work with a nonprofit organization.
Or a partner.
Or a partner.
Right.
Right? You know, and we can continue to choose who that partner needs to be. Now, just to.
So would you accept, number one, I can't accept because you're very passionate about this, I'm very passionate about this. Would you accept that tonight we change that to 2 council members, to you and I serving on this, and we're charged with creating this process and moving this forward and ushering it along to be as transparent as possible?
I'll be more than happy to serve.
And that's what I would like to do. I would like to change and amend the motion to have the two council liaisons be myself and Councilmember Fung. And I'd make that.
As the second, I support that.
Okay.
And now, again, we still have four agenda items.
Mayor, I hate, so
And
just,
it is 10 after 11.
Mayor, if I may.
Please, City Manager.
So there was a motion, and then there was an amendment to that motion that was seconded. So then that either needs to be
Seconded
voted
by
on
whom?
or a motion.
Clarify the motion.
You know,
It was a friendly, I think it was a friendly. It was a friendly
Yeah,
amendment.
okay, I just, and
was a
then
friendly
withdraw the second and then make a new motion. Yeah, that, we just need to follow
Yeah,
the
I-
legal process here.
So you want, right, and then the second did as well.
Discussed is, hopefully the city clerk has that down, but.
So I'll read, you want me to read?
Sure.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
If I may, I think it would be better to rephrase the motion based on,
What was said?
yes,
Okay.
correct.
So I'll try to capture everything.
Actually, Vice Mayor, because I allowed other people to speak, Councilwoman Cahalan's hand is up.
Sorry.
Please, and
Right.
Councilwoman, if we could be brief with our comments.
I'm okay.
You're okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. While you're making that motion, the other reason it can't be random is if we want a select young person, if we want to select representative from our sheriff's department, those are already not random.
Clarify that comment. When I said, when the subcommittee recommended a random sampling, the random sampling, the effect of that random sampling needs to implement the selection based on the statistics that has been put forth. And that include youth, seniors, folks of different ethnicity, right, immigration background, all of that. And
I
we also
understand,
throw,
Councilman, but there's
yeah, we also
11
throw in the
slots.
LGBTQ plus and
With
the
11
renters.
slots, there's more demographics than 11 slots. And that goes right back to what the Vice Mayor said. If we could just get the motion and call the vote.
And just want to clarify, that's why we recommend it 25, because we recognize the challenges of it.
Try to read the motion. I'd like to support the formation of the Social Equity Commission. And the Social Equity Commission will immediately be made up of myself and Councilmember Fung as ex officio members to work with staff in finding a partner to guide our council to educate and appoint, to educate the council and to appoint a commission membership of no more than 11 through an inclusive and open process. The commission will work with the partner in the creation, implementation, and evaluation of bylaws, a mission, and a work plan. Individual commission members will serve a term of 1 year, and the commission will have a budget not to exceed $100,000.
I'll second that motion. All right, I'm going to say no further discussion. City Clerk, could you please roll call the vote?
Excuse me, I don't think it's appropriate. Say no further discussion. I think Anders had something to say. I don't, but.
Yeah, so, and I was clear that I would support that in addition to it, so that we can put an extra safeguard on the selection process, and the 11 member to be selected to reflect the statistics being shown on the staff report.
Yeah. I think that's going to happen. I think with you
I
working
just
on
want to,
that- Yes.
because I want to make sure, I just want to make sure the motion include that.
Okay, I accept that.
You would accept that
Yes.
No.
amendment?
Oh, what?
I'm sorry. The
It's okay. Hold
staff
on.
report
Vice Mayor was saying
demographics
something.
don't include the other demographics that we brought up an hour and a half ago. So it can't be just what's in the staff report. It has to reflect the socioeconomics. It has to reflect
Okay.
the diversity issues
do
that
that?
the vice mayor brought up, LGBTQ,
Absolutely.
people with mobility issues.
I would be happy to expand on the
Greater than
statistics.
the demographics in the staff report.
I'll be happy to expand on the statistics in addition to what is being contemplated on the staff report, including LGBTQ plus, tenant versus landlord.
To be inclusive.
To be inclusive, right. And you said one more thing?
But just to be inclusive, that would capture everything, I think, to be as general as possible. You and I working on that, I think we will be charged with doing that, I believe.
Okay.
But if you want to be specific to Adam, I think then we have to be exhaustive. And so if we're not exhaustive, then we need to be general because we want to make sure we have the opportunity as individuals bring information to us, as the partner communicates to us that you need to add this, you need to add that. I think we need to have that flexibility to be able to add more, but not, you can say, not limited to.
Not limited to.
Yeah.
We're certainly happy to add more, because, the whole point of it is for us from 30,000 feet and funneling it down to where we are today.
If the
We're at the point of
clerk and legal
convergence.
like to wordsmith it, I'm
In
okay with the
some,
spirit.
you're going to do the best to ensure diversity.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah. So
That's, and the random process of the selections. Would you agree with that, Mr.
well,
Vice
not,
Mayor?
no, I don't know about random. Like I said, a big part of my motion is having that partner work with us to be able to make that selection process. So if it's a general, meeting that we're having, and we're going to have one meeting as a study session of educating us on how to make this appointment as inclusive as possible. And then the next meeting, we're reviewing applications and we're listening to individuals, and then we make that appointment with all that knowledge that we have. I think we'll be fine. But I don't, like I said, randomly, unless we're pulling names out of a hat and things like that, I do not want to spend $100,000, $50,000 on a company that's going to tell us that they're going to guarantee that it's going to be random when I don't believe in theory that they can go out and find that one person that feels unempowered. That's all. I think we can do a better job at that, working with a partner. And so that's what I'm not willing to change. I'm willing to accept the friendly amendment of being more inclusive and making sure that we're reflective of the diversity of our community, utilizing, but not limited to the information in the staff
We
report.
can call that as a starting point. The
Right,
statistics
exactly.
is a starting point that we
Yes.
can add to.
Right.
Right,
I
and I
agree.
would agree with that part.
Okay.
Now, the whole idea of having a nonprofit organization to help pick the committee members
I can't do that.
based on, okay, all right, I get that. But at least the public needs to hear it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think they got it now. You said it like 5 times.
But the important things you have to say is 6 times.
Yeah,
So is to make sure that we take the political process out of it,
exactly.
and that's the whole point of it, right?
agree.
And make sure that the selection process end up implementing what's being contemplated in the statistics and beyond. And we can expand on that statistics. And that's the purpose of it. I don't want to get into a situation where a council member individually pick their own
No.
candidates.
And if they do, I
to be selected.
urge
That's
everyone
not
in
what-
public, I urge
because that
us
would be as
to
political
call
as it
that out.
gets.
Right. I want us to call it out. And I want our community to be empowered to show up and call that out. That's all I can hope. I mean, that's the only thing we could do is demand that we ask of our community to hold us accountable. We have one employee.
Yes.
And we'll hold that individual accountable, but please hold us accountable to do our job.
And
That's
I
all.
don't mean to put words in your mouth, Councilmember Pappen, but that is our way of saying, this is how we hold ourselves accountable by recommending to the public that this need to be a process that is non-political.
Yeah.
I think that was stated by many different council members, so we are hopeful that as this progresses, that it is not.
Right.
The council has said we encourage the public, if you see it appears to be political, please speak up.
All right, are we done discussing the motion? There is a motion and a second. Calling the question.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilman Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
I'm hopeful, yes.
Vice Mayor
I can only be
Goodman.
hopeful.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 18 passed by the vote of 5-0 as noted by Vice Mayor Goodman with a friendly amendment to add statistics not limited to various populations. Thank you.
Can we ask for a
Well,
1 minute break?
For the
Thank
record,
you.
it was not statistics, it was inclusive. It's inclusive, yeah, right.
Can we ask for a
Okay.
1 minute break?
We are at 20 after. I think I just heard somebody asking for a 10-minute break.
No, 1 minute,
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute. Yes, why don't we take a stand-up break? 1 minute. We will be back at 11:21. And these are all for, the next items are critical. Let's get back in a minute.
How are you going to do a 1 minute break? Everyone's going to fight for that. Do it. We'll keep, you want me to do it open?
All right, are we
Mayor, I
back?
think we're ready.
That was well over the 1 minute you asked for.
7 minutes.
It is 11:27. We've got 33 minutes.
So Mayor, with the courtesy of the council and staff, I think we can go very brief,
Yes.
you know, and then then we can have some detailed questions, but we could go brief.
Okay.
Okay, all right. For reconvening city council at 11:33 or 2:00 in the morning and 33 minutes. And this is new business agenda item 19, adoption of a resolution approving agreement for professional services with NCE for the El Camino Real MILLBRAE Avenue Landscape Medium Improvement Project, and it is an action item. Go ahead, staff.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members and Vice Mayor. So this will be a very brief report. So
Move approval.
Huh?
No.
Okay, so next slide, please. So as everybody knows, El Camino and MILLBRAE Avenue are gateways to the city, and lots of people drive on these roads, and they receive their first impression of MILLBRAE on El Camino, and along El Camino, the medians lack colorful plantings or visual interests. Much of the medians have mature, hazardous, or stressed trees, and there are numerous types of utilities that will present a challenge when rejuvenating the medians. Next slide, please. So this project is on the City Council goals. It was identified as under Strategic Initiative number 2, and it is also included in this year's Capital Improvement Program. Next slide, please. This is just a map of the project limits from showing that it's from Park Avenue down to MILLBRAE Avenue on El Camino. And then there's a small stretch of medians on MILLBRAE Avenue between El Camino and Magnolia Avenue. Next slide, please. So staff did go through the RFP process to solicit proposals from landscape architects. We received 6 proposals from qualified landscape architecture firms, and staff conducted interviews for 4 of those firms, and it was found that NCE would be the firm that would undertake the project based on their understanding, the scope of the project, and of course, extensive Caltrans experience. Next slide, please. So we're talking about a couple phases, one of which is the first phase is the conceptual phase. At this phase, we will be gathering lots of data, evaluating the medians, looking at the existing trees, shrubs, plantings, irrigations, just preparing a topographic map for the project. We will be, or our consultant will be preparing 3 different concepts that will range from a modest replanting and retention of the trees determined to be viable to the complete reconstruction of the medians with relocated utilities, new plantings, new signage, and new irrigation. Once we have these 3 concepts, we will present them to City Council for discussion and direction as the consultant advances into the design phase of the project. The conceptual phase will take about 6 months. Next slide, please. So during the design phase, we will be preparing the construction documents. We will be coordinating the review with Caltrans and obtaining an encroachment permit through Caltrans District 4, and we will be addressing many of their comments, which will probably be pretty detailed regarding drainage conditions and just making sure that our design meets Caltrans standards. Next slide, please. So during the review of this project, we will include, we will have city staff, the community, utility service providers, Caltrans, and city council involved in the review. And the design team will make presentations to all stakeholders and support city staff during the community outreach and engagement process. Next slide, please. This is just a tentative timeline showing today's approval. We will be kicking off in the next couple of weeks. And then the conceptual phase will be about 6 months. And then after the conceptual phase, we will come to City Council, receive your direction, and then we will go right into the design and bid document phase, which could take up to a year. And then we will be going to construction in fiscal year 24-25. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving an agreement for professional services with NCE to provide landscape architecture services for the El Camino Real MILLBRAE Avenue Landscape Median Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $382,400 and a project budget of $420,640, which includes 10% contingency for any foreseen or additional work. So that concludes my quick presentation, and we also have Matthew Gaber from NCE attending virtually. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer any of the questions.
Still awake?
Thank
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If council could please raise their hands so I can see who may have questions. I am seeing no Councilwoman Pappen.
Thanks for your response, Madam Mayor. So real quick here, yes, this is so important to how the city of MILLBRAE is viewed and long overdue. I'm very interested in the Caltrain requirements here because I think we can get more grant money if there are bioswells and it's very sustainable, unlike the current medians. So I really am excited for this to come back to the council. One thing I did not see here was any sort of lighting. Or, I would like to emphasize to safety because on El Camino, it is a state highway. So I do love, again, the reflective strips that we are putting in downtown. Any additions to that? I do think all those aspects, retaining water, drainage, that kind of stuff does set us up for more funding in the future. And I would hope that we can somehow include some sort of lighting accentuating whatever is put in here, if possible. And actually, as a final note too, we have a lot of development happening along El Camino. I know some of our developers are interested in bus shelters, helping us out with those kind of things. So if they are interested, might as well offer it up to help with the medians. I do know at least 2 developers owe us for a divider near the station area. So I hope that's included in your process. And thank you. This is very exciting. If there's no other comments, I would move approval.
No, Councilwoman. There are other comments and there's public comment. So please hold off on a motion.
As I said, if there were no other ones, it was conditioned.
Thank you, Director Batista. We have not been able to debrief what's been going on with airport with noise and that the same noise levels are used by Caltrans for noise assessment, which means they're not counting the kind of noise we're impacted with. I understand that the landscape architect may come back with a more drought tolerant type program, and that will not help us with noise mitigation at all. So I hope in the criteria that you use that you're looking at low frequency, C-weighted noise. I'm not confusing it with A-weighted noise on that. We need every bit of noise abatement we can on that one. And I'm not sure that feels to me like it'll be a done deal by the time it comes back to council, even on the timeline. So please keep noise abatement in there. I love all the ideas. The number one goal of the things I'm hearing out here that are nationwide goals on top of broadband and making sure everybody's getting enough food is actually trees, a national program on trees. So again, I sound like such a tree hugger, but trees absorb carbon, they cool the city down, they slow traffic, and it's going to be a conflict with trying to have visibility. I, of course, love bioswales, but I'm not sure El Camino Real is that location, because if we can recover any of the asphalt, hopefully it becomes more economically viable land, allowing the businesses on El Camino to have outdoor patios or whatever. And then I think I reported this out, Caltrans District 4 is working on a plan for MILLBRAE for fiscal year 27. They call it 27. I think it's 26, 27. It might be 27, 28. In that same plan, they lumped us with South San Francisco, where for South City, they talk about a bike lane. And for us, it just says asphalt. So please make sure, I know the consultant has a good relationship with Caltrans, which is really important, but they're doing this, plus CCAG went off and got a little under 100,000 to do a bike barrier in MILLBRAE. They promised me it'd be packed.
Madam Mayor, is this about the medians or the roadway?
I couldn't hear you, Councilwoman. I'm sorry.
Is it, are we focused on the medians?
Promised that it would be including us in that, but our landscaping may or may not have something to do with those bike lanes. And then in terms of the pedestrian havens, if we can make sure we have pedestrian havens, the city has also been talking about trying to get MILLBRAE Avenue West to go to 2 lanes to Burlingame, 2 lanes to MILLBRAE. When after that, they also took away our ability to do a U-turn, which means people in MILLBRAE to get to businesses on that side have to go all the way to Burlingame to turn around and come back. So just keep in mind that maybe how the left turn lanes on MILLBRAE Avenue are.
Madam Mayor, this is about the medians, not the roadway. And you were worried about the time.
Medians, Councilwoman, there is a median at the left turn lane on MILLBRAE Avenue. It does not have to stay 2.5 feet. If you talk to our pedestrians who try to cross the street right there to get to the train station, they fear for their life. If we're doing medians, this is when we look at pedestrian havens in median strips. So I disagree with you. With that, I would just look at those things and trying to see if we can get that purple pipe system for the irrigation system on the median strip. Okay, with that, opening it to public comment. Vice Mayor, is there anybody that's turned in a paper slip?
No.
I see no hands raised. All right, closing public comment, bringing it back for council comments or a motion.
Second to approve.
So that was Vice Mayor Goodwin, Councilman Fong.
Anders Fong,
Any
second.
further discussion?
Councilmember Peppin already
sorry.
made a motion to approve it early on.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Motion by Peppin, second by Fong.
Okay. Call the vote, please.
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye. Thank you, staff. This is well overdue.
Thank you.
Item number 9
sorry.
passed by the vote of 5-0.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 20. Adoption of a resolution approving agreement for professional services with Kimley Horn for the preparation of a parking management plan, and it is an action item.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Sam Bautista, Director of Public Works. As we've heard in previous council meetings regarding the parking here in the downtown area. So as we go forward, we are going to prepare a parking management plan. So what is a parking management plan? So go ahead and change the slide, please. So what's this plan? The plan will provide a comprehensive study of existing parking supply and utilization in the city's downtown core. It'll assess a range of parking management strategies, including paid parking and other regulations, and provide guidance to the city council on short and long-range plans for parking, financing, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. This project is actually supported by two strategic initiatives. SI2, which is Sustainable City Infrastructure Investment, which says, hey, let's expand the parking authority, and SI4, which is Fiscal Sustainability, Economic Development, which says let's enhance parking authority and parking strategy citywide, which replaces developed peripheral parking lots. Next slide, please. The downtown and El Camino Real specific plan envisions significant addition of retail, restaurants, office space, and residential that will increase the need for parking. And the specific plan also recommends a parking management plan that identifies the projected parking demand in the plan area, and also identifies parking management strategies for on-street parking, which could include parking meters. Next slide, please. So the slide just shows you the study area where green highlights the commercial blocks, red highlights the residential block faces. And so the scope of the work for the parking management plan would be to define a parking objective, and by doing the data collection of the on-street and off-site or on-street and public off-street parking, we can determine the parking utilization and parking turnover within the study area. We are also going to do outreach to the public, and through web surveys, through focus group meetings, and also community workshops. From all the data that we gather and from the outreach that we receive, we will then develop a strategy for the parking within the study area, as well as prepare a financial analysis of what kind of improvements can be done within the study area. And then we can define the parking program. Next slide, please. Earlier I discussed about strategies, and those strategies could be new or revised on-street regulations, paid parking, such as the parking meters, parking technologies to be implemented within the study area, as well as determine where electric vehicles, carpool, car share spaces would be located, and then of course look at the long-term parking infrastructure. Next slide, please. So here is our tentative timeline. Once again, we'll be kicking off this project probably in the next 2 weeks. And then it's a lot of just gathering data, the existing condition parking analysis, then and also outreach, development of the parking strategy within the plan area, and also the development of the financial analysis with a final report to City Council by February of 2024. And as you see at the bottom of the slide, we'll have community workshops in August and October of 2023. Next slide, please. And we will, the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving an agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates to prepare the parking management plan, an amount not to exceed $194,717, the project budget of $214,189 for contingencies. And we also have Mike Iswalt from Kimley Horn online for any questions. So that concludes my brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Batista, and thank you, Mr. Iswald, for waiting on us for so long today. Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you. Thank you for the proposal here. I hope this is Kimberly Horn, who did not do our access or station project, which we had to discontinue. Do we have are we going to be dealing with other agencies here, or is this directly with MILLBRAE only?
Directly with MILLBRAE only and Caltrans, because they'll, have some area in the parking. But it's a same firm, but they're very large. It's a totally different section.
So just for our participant here, we hope we have a better experience with you than we did previously with your company. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because we made a huge investment previously. It didn't work out very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pappen. I don't see other council members' hands raised. Couple of questions. I think the city of MILLBRAE has done 3 parking studies, and there has been nothing that's come of them. I know, staff, that you are all entirely new since the last parking study, but I certainly hope that when we get done here, we have a plan to do some action on that. I have all 3 of those parking studies, and it's frustrating to spend money on something and then not do anything. In terms of the map, if you could go back to the slide of the map, I completely agree with the neighborhoods that you've got into. However, I couldn't quite understand why. I think that's the 300 to 400 block or 400 to 500 block of Hemlock, why that seems to be carved out. It's just below the study area extent in blue right there. Obviously, people coming to downtown park as far up, they park farther than Poplar. They've parked farther on both MILLBRAE Avenue and Elder and up to Palm Avenue, especially before COVID. There were BART parkers and train parkers parking. They knew they could park on MILLBRAE Avenue all day long and be perfectly safe. So I think you might want to extend the blue line farther west. And then you stopped it, you went down Poplar Avenue and to that tiny portion of Lansdale, the apartment complex right between Lansdale and Richmond, I believe unbundled parking. And since then, about 4 or 5 years ago, parking has become horrendous on Richmond, Lincoln Circle, as well as Lansdale, and then down Palm Avenue. And I say that because I live on Palm Avenue. And if you go down there, I looked at your 4 times that you're going to be doing the analysis. 6 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, the way Palm Avenue jets in and out, there are cars parked there. Sometimes they're parked there all day long, but we kind of look at it from my neighborhood and say, oh, is that parking? That's cool. But we think that there's some people that use it for long-term parking on there. So I don't know if we have the bandwidth, the budget, city manager, to really look at what's happening on Richmond and basically the heavily apartmented areas where landlords may be charging for parking, and therefore the tenants are parking out in the street, which makes it that much more dangerous for pedestrians and people like that. So I hope you might consider opening that up. And I also wondered, we haven't had goal setting yet, but if we looked at one of the city parking lots at a mixed use, would the parking study look at a mixed use project with underground or internal parking as an option for parking? I have been approached by a developer, and then when I first got elected in 2015, was approached by another developer for the Magnolia lot. So just consider what we might be able to do if we had a daytime, nighttime parking situation, which I have seen work in Mountain View. And I think that's all I've got. I see the Vice Mayor. Please go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, to your point about getting the report and not having any action to do with it, how much money do we have to do something at the end of this study? Doesn't have to be exact, but just
Well,
ballpark,
so-
do we have money to do something?
Well, so what this study does, and I'm not familiar with the other studies that weren't implemented. I will tell you over 30 years, there's a lot in the city that wasn't implemented. And we're trying to fix it and get out of the hole. This study says, let's go look at capacity. We have assets in downtown that we own surface parking lots. So the difference is, and to address the mayor's concern, this study will say, what is the demand? And state law is changing and saying, hey, home builders within, a quarter of a mile of a transit area, half a mile of a transit, you don't have to build parking. That's going to create an impact that we need to resolve. So what this study does is let's look at the demand, let's look at the funding and financing mechanisms to where we can actually build capacity. So for example, build parking garages on the surface parking lots in the downtown area, actually implement an in lieu, parking fee for land development projects. So, maybe it's 2 levels of below grade and 4 levels above grade with a mix of office use or resident, I shouldn't say office because that market's dead, residential use, and look at how we can integrate and really become an urbanized, kind of downtown.
Right.
And as we build that capacity and we build more parking spaces, that's going to take the relief off the residential areas to the west that the mayor said.
But there's
So
going to need.
in terms of how,
There's some type of cost associated with that.
Yeah, and-
Regardless what level that we act. And so what I'm asking is, do we have at the very least like a threshold that we can say, hey, even if we do the cursory response to a study that we think we already know where the study might be going, do we have funding to get this off the ground?
well,
Whatever
yeah,
that looks like.
you mean to implement it?
To implement something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
not necessarily this, because obviously the study hasn't been done yet.
Right.
But do we have funds to implement a plan?
Well, this plan will say how we obtain those funds, right? And so
Okay.
there's a couple of different things in building. So we have 1,000 parking spaces right now in the downtown area. And so if we,
And it might include, how we get there. It could be matching funds, it could be matching state funds, it could be state bond dollars, it could be putting meters, but there's gonna be some costs associated with it. I'm just asking, do we have funds? Or do we anticipate having the funds to be able to start acting on where this goes?
yeah, because it's not
City
only.
Manager, could
it's
I
not-
jump in a little bit there?
Mayor, if I may, because
okay.
this is technical. It's not only the cost of saying, okay, we need another 5,000 parking spaces or 10,000 parking spaces, whatever that is. How do we fund it? What's the funding mechanism? And then how do we finance it? Because funding is one thing, financing is another. So funding is parking meter revenue, in lieu development impact fees, whatever it may be. That's the funding. Then is that funding sustainable enough to then finance, issue bonds or whatever over a 30-year period of time to build the parking?
To build it, right, okay, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
it may be a pay-as-you-go, it may be but that's what this study will.
But we'll be ready to act on something.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
I can guarantee you that this study will not be implemented.
And
And
thank you,
that's
City Manager. I
recorded, so
greatly
in 2 years, you can come back
greatly-
and evaluate me.
Greatly appreciate hearing that. For both this agenda item or for staff, both this one and the previous one, given that big thick green line and up to the train tracks and then up to Magnolia is now a equity focus area. When I've been meeting with the EPA office and the Department of Transportation, that can help us potentially make a difference in getting some funding. So just, I don't know if it doesn't probably have anything to do with the parking study, but keep in mind that we now, by this designation, which I'm going to get the US EPA to recognize, and they want to recognize it, that may give us some funding sources. With that, any other comments from council? Will you be able to extend and look farther back, Tom, or is that more money to the contract?
Well, I think, Mayor, I would not recommend that we expand the boundaries at this point in time because the outcome of this study and how we implement it will actually increase the supply of parking downtown, taking the relief off of people's need to park in the residential. So I think, this is adding capacity. Because we know we have a
I'm telling you
problem
that
and you define
parking
the
is already
problem. This,
bad on Palm Avenue. It is already bad on Lansdale, and it is horrible on Richmond.
correct.
And it's pretty bad on Lincoln Circle. And it's a function of the apartments. And I really do think the apartments need to have a TDM plan if they're going to unbundle parking. And the reality is we have more adults living per apartment and each of them have a car. And it is one of the #1 complaints I get. And this is my district.
Yeah, Mayor,
So
I hear
I-
you,
I just-
and we will analyze and study that. And I think this parking study will then provide relief as new development occurs, even though the state of California has said parking is not required, a very limited parking. I think it provides us an opportunity then to take that and say, okay, we need to think different and help add to the supply and make sure that that demand is being.
All right,
That's what the
because
study
I
will
already get people who go to downtown parking on Palm Avenue. So it's already there, but you stopped it at Poplar. And you didn't even continue Poplar all the way. The 0 to 200 block of Poplar gets downtown parkers.
Yeah,
on
Mayor,
it.
again, you're defining the problem. We know that problem exists. This study will look for solutions to reconcile that problem.
Okay, all right, thank you. If there's no other council comments, opening it up to the public, do we have any slips?
Yes, we have Nathan Chen.
Okay. Vice Mayor, if you could call them.
And Mayor, another point of order based on ordinance, I think the council needs to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Yeah, I
So moved.
was gonna get there. I was hoping we could finish one thing, but.
12:30, Vice Mayor, council member?
Yes.
12:30.
We have a motion. Call for the question.
The motion is to extend the meeting to 12:30.
12:30, okay. Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalen.
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The council meeting is extended to 12:30 by the vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you. And member of the public, I apologize. I don't see your name, but please go ahead. And please tell us your name and a street that you live on.
All right, hello again, Nathan Chan from El Camino Real. You know, this parking issue, I'm sorry we're all here so late, but it is a very important issue from the perspective of those of us who work in the housing and environmental and urbanism space. And, you know, there was an event that Housing Leadership Council put on a couple of years ago. I even think Councilmember Pappen was in attendance there, talking about the high cost of free parking and how we can better manage it. And it seems like the solution is staring us in the face. I mean, we should certainly go and gather the data and better understand the problem. But, you know, the parking, people who study parking have been proposing the same solution for years now, which is that we need to put a price on parking to manage the availability so that people who want to park at certain times of the day near where they want to go, it's available for them. And the state has given us the power to do that. There's the ability, localities can form parking management districts, I believe. That might not be the exact term, but it empowers us to charge for parking. And something that I know the city has been talking about for years now is a downtown improvement district, but we've never been able to get that through. The parking management district is the way we raise the funds to fund improvements downtown. So let's just do that. That seems to be the most obvious solution to this problem. We need to, it gives us the ability to manage the demand, and it gives us the ability to raise money to improve our downtown and make it more habitable. So I would really recommend that we, you know, certainly approve this plan, but I think this solution is the obvious one, and it should be passed sooner rather than later by this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. I see no other hands raised. Closing public comment, bringing it back to council.
Mayor, if I may, because I think this is important for knowledge of the council to address the speaker. So in the state of California, as much as I wish we could just do things and assess, we can't. So the BID, it requires a 2/3 vote of the property owners. Parking assessment districts require 2/3 vote. So perhaps a simple majority, depending on where the money goes. But the law says the council just can't go do that. It requires a vote. So I just wanted to clarify for the record. I wish we could, but the BID, for example, the vote failed 47% of the property owners. And we're going to take another shot at it, but so for the record. And so the council has knowledge, and I think
I
our
think one
city
of
attorney,
those is an assessment. Yeah, they're a challenge.
it requires a vote. At minimum, requires a 50% plus one. Sometimes 2/3,
Thank you,
depending
City
on
Manager. Good point of clarification. Council, do we have a motion? This is an action item.
So moved.
Second.
I think that was Councilman Fong.
Correct.
Cahalan, second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cahalan. Any further discussion? City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen,
Thanking the speaker for his passion, yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Item number 20 passed by the vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to agenda item 21, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city's state legislative advocate to lobby in support of Assembly Bill 1423 and Senate Bill 414 and related legislation that would support the city's position to regulate synthetic turf installation. This is an action item. And before I let staff go into this, I hope that we can bring an agenda item back to council so that we don't have to bring every bill to city council. I don't know quite the process. These two pieces of legislation have been moving quickly and the lobbyists wanted to move forward on it. But I hope that we can get that report of what every council member thought was priority legislation and bring that back to the next city council meeting, because legislation moves in fits and starts and we need to be more flexible. Thank you, staff. Take it away. And thank you for bringing this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Isabel Carlos, Assistant City Manager, Human Resources Director for City of MILLBRAE. And in the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief tonight. The item before you is to consider legislative advocacy of Assembly Bill 1423 and Senate Bill 414. Next slide, please. There's 4 points of discussion as listed in the slide before you. Next slide, please. In the past, City Council has received information on the negative effects of artificial turf and synthetic grass. And I have 4 bullets listed on this particular slide. I won't read them, but you can see them on your slide. The city also currently has an interim ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on the installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass. And this was put in place to provide city staff with time to research and prepare related landscape standards and specifications, including potential recommendations to regulate and mitigate the negative effects of the installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass in the city. Currently in the legislative cycle, there are 2 bills, Assembly Bill 1423 and Senate Bill 414, that could strengthen the city's position in establishing those standards, specifications, and regulations on the installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass in the city. Next slide, please. The first one, Assembly Bill 1423, was authored by Assemblywoman Schiavo, and this bill would empower consumers to avoid artificial grass that uses toxic polyfluoroalkyl substances, known as PAFs, chemicals in manufacturing by requiring the labeling and the notification to consumers and to purchasers whether the artificial turf contains PFAs, and also imposes restrictions on the installation of new fields after 2025 And in doing so, it protects the youth and prevents long-term health impacts. PFAs are a class of quote-unquote forever chemicals, which when ingested, inhaled, or they make contact with skin, can harm human and environmental health. This includes negative impacts on the immune system, cardiovascular system, childhood development, and risks of cancer. And specifically, AB 1423 will accomplish this with the four things listed, which again is to establish thresholds, limits, labels, notifications, and to prohibit new fields beginning in 2025 that use PFAs. Next slide, please. The next bill, Senate Bill 414, was introduced by Senator Allen, and this bill would amend government code to prohibit a city, including a charter city, a county, a city and county, or a special district from issuing a voucher, a rebate, or any other financial incentive for the use of synthetic grass or artificial turf that contains contaminants, including zinc, plastic, and PFAs. This bill would establish new requirements for local agencies and impose a state mandated program and would include findings that changes proposed by the bill address a matter of statewide concern. And the bill would also provide that if the Commission on State Mandates determines that the bill contains costs mandated by the state, reimbursement for those costs would be made pursuant to statutory provisions. Next slide, please. So the city has retained a state legislative advocate, and if the proposed resolution is approved, representatives from the state legislative advocate, Nielsen Merksamer, would work with staff and members of the city council to establish a position in support of AB 1423 and Senate Bill 414, and engage in lobbying efforts to ensure the city's interests are communicated, protected, and advanced. Next slide, please. So tonight's recommendation is that the City Council approve adoption of a resolution authorizing the city's state legislative advocate to lobby in support of Assembly Bill 1423 and Senate Bill 414 and related legislation that would support the city's position to regulate synthetic turf and artificial grass installations. Next slide, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions at this time.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Well done. And I will add there are a few more bills. There is one by that will be dealing directly with children's health and PFAS. You never know where they get stuck along the process. And then there is still the underlying 3 laws that don't allow cities to ban artificial turf based on drought, but then they need to be more honest that you actually have to water artificial turf. So I'm really glad to have this here. Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you. I fully support this lobbying effort. Do we have to wait for these laws to be passed, or can we pass our own ordinances?
We can't. Right now, we're banned. Governments are specifically banned from touching artificial turf because they perceive it as a drought action. So these are the new ways of looking at it, plus with the new information on PFAS. And I sent the city manager, CNN had a news report a couple of weeks ago about, really sadly, the baseball players from Philadelphia that were one of the first professional teams to go artificial turf. And they have lost 6 of their players to the exact same brain cancer. So the data is coming in fast and furious. We'll just see what goes through on that. But thank you for your support, Councilwoman. Any other comments? Opening it up for public comment. And when these came past my desk, I sent them to our lobbyist, and she wrote back saying that she needed direction from council. And that's why I really hope that we as a council can say, you know, if things fall within these parameters, the city's policies, that we can hopefully give our lobbyists the flexibility to be flexible and to comment. For the public, typically in this environment, you can support, oppose, or support or opposed if amended, or you take no position on these bills, but they can change drastically between January when they might be introduced and August, especially in August. Bill language can change within hours. So what you might approve might be different in 2 hours. So we need to give the lobbyists some flexibility, and that's the intent tonight. I don't see any hands raised. Bringing it back to council, I see no council raised. This is an action item. If there could be a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Pappen.
Second.
Second, sorry, I'm having a real hard time with voices tonight. Thank you for whomever seconded that. If there's no
Vice
further
Mayor.
discussion, could we call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Item number 21 passed by the vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Last up, agenda item 22, consider adopting a resolution in support of Measure A on the May 2nd, 2023 special. And I believe this is a mail-in only ballot election for MILLBRAE School District. Action item. Staff?
I would like to introduce our city clerk, Elaine Tran, for a quick presentation.
I will try to be brief, but we do have about 15 minutes, so. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The MILLBRAE School District has a measure on the upcoming May 2nd special mail ballot election for the MILLBRAE voters to consider a parcel initiative called Measure A. Next slide, please. The MILLBRAE School District operates 5 schools within a school city, serving 2,200 K through 8 students. MILLBRAE school are among the top rated school in the state. Every MILLBRAE school is recognized as a California Distinguished School. Next slide, please. Despite being one of the top performing districts in the state, MILLBRAE School District is also among the lowest funded school in the district, funded school district in the county. State funding for education is unreliable and inadequate. The school district has been relying on locally controlled parcel tax, currently known as Measure N, to help offset expenditures, which is set to expire soon. If Measure A failed to pass with a 2/3 vote, the school district will lose over $600,000 of current annual funding. Next slide, please. Measure A parcel tax initiative is to renew funding to support ongoing critical programming and staffing needs. It will help with attracting and retaining qualified teachers, maintaining modern and hands-on instruction, strengthening reading and writing programs, fund classroom computers and technology, and as well as maintaining and enhancing art and music programs. Measure A will cost $125 per parcel. It's an increase of $28 per parcel from Measure N. And seniors over 65 are eligible to receive an exemption from the cost of Measure A. Current exemption from Measure N will be honored and does not need to be reapplied. Next page, please. And to find more information on the ballot, you can actually visit the San Mateo County Elections Office page as listed here, and then registered voters will start receiving sample ballots on April 3rd through April 22nd. Next slide, please. And tonight we are asking council to consider adopting a resolution in support of Measure A on the May 2nd special mail-in ballot election of the MILLBRAE School District's Measure A. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council, questions?
Yes, Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is extremely important to our residents and the school district. This is the only thing on the ballot, so I think it's important for us to do this resolution so people know it's a real election. Because I've already had people asking me, is this for real? And yes, it is. So we do hope everybody is engaged. The ballot should be dropping next week, early next week. And if anybody asks, and anybody's still awake out there, this is a real election, very important to our community as a whole. And I do hope that, I'd love to make the motion, but I think other council members have comments.
Thank you, Councilman Pappen. Vice Mayor.
Yes, all I'd like to add is that we make sure that we're active in this process. We're making sure if we have the time, that we get out and knock on doors and do all we can to support our schools.
Very good. Any additional council comments? I do see
Yes.
one
Just
member of
very
the public.
brief.
Do we have anybody in writing?
Oh, just
No, we
very
have
briefly.
we have Councilwoman Cahalan.
Okay, council members, please raise your hands.
Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Cahalan.
Yes, I agree that this is really important. I had the opportunity to do some canvassing, and it was interesting to me in talking to folks how many people didn't realize that the school budgets are different than the city budgets. So it was a great educational opportunity, and I think this resolution is another way of showing that while we are separate entities in funding, we are collaborators and supportive of each other. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If there's no other council comments, I do see Ms. Joy Pasamonte-Henry. Ms. Pasamonte-Henry, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Schneider and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. So I appreciate this coming up for a vote within the city council, echoing everyone as the co-chair for the committee for Measure A. This is extremely important. It is a special election. So I do want to stress that this is a renewal. This is not something that we are going to vote on that's brand new. Taxpayers are currently paying this tax. It's a $28 increase, which comes to $2.50 per month. Average property taxes in MILLBRAE are in the thousands, in the $6,000 mark to be exact. So hopefully $125 a year doesn't make a big hit. If this doesn't pass, then we are at large risk. Our school district is at huge risk of losing teachers who work tirelessly for our students. I wanted to personally thank Council Members Pappen and Council Member Cahalan for personally knocking on doors, asking for donations, and this will be really huge. So again, don't forget that this is a special election, and we do need everyone to participate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing for caring for the city of MILLBRAE and our children. With that, if there's no other public comment, and coming back to council members, I don't see any new hands raised. This is an action item. Is there to be a motion?
Second.
Okay, I couldn't hear the maker in motion,
Cahalan.
but if the city clerk has it, it's all good.
Who made the motion?
I made a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, as long as the city clerk has it. If there's no further discussion, city clerk, could you please call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan, Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The resolution in support of Measure A passed by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, it is 3:20 a.m. or 12:20 a.m. depending on your time zone. I'm going to hold off. My favorite part is actually council comments because that's the only time we can update each other on our issues, but it is late. I am going to say one thing because I want Councilwoman Cahalan to hear this. I attended had one-on-ones with a number of Department of Transportation staff, and it turns out that there is a planning grant program for communities that are divided by railroads. So I will be writing it up and sending it to staff, but I think we may even be able to get some planning money for the East Side specific plan. At least that's my desire. There's 4 or 5 different transportation agencies are very complex, but it has been good out here to hear that we might get some help, as well as the head of the EPA's environmental data collection. When I told MILLBRAE's story, they're like, this is just the story we need to hear. And we want to hear from MILLBRAE, and we want to help. We'll see how far that goes, but it was really good to hear. But a whole program to stop communities being divided by railroads, or to fix the problem once it's been there. With that, if there's, no one told me we're closing in memory, I will thank
one
staff
other
and
quick-
everyone for staying so late. Was that Councilwoman Pappen?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I have some flyers here, and I hope the city can post these. This is the San Mateo County Express Lanes Community Transportation Benefits Program. So those in financial need could get a $100 Clipper card credit or a fast track responder. We have it in various languages, and we do want to get the word out on that because this is a fabulous equity program started by CCAG and the managed lanes, and it will benefit so many people. So hope we can post this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments, closing city council meeting at 12:22 a.m. on the morning of March 29th. Good night, all. Be safe.